Welcome to today's presentation of A Short Hike, an independent title by Adam Robinson Yu, originally released in 2019, I want to say, on itch.io, before being ported to the Switch last year. Much more than that, I don't actually know. I do know that this is sort of an open-world adventure of sorts in a much more compact package than we normally associate with that genre. But let's go camping. Let's see what this is all about as we press A to start. Well, after we have a quick look at the options, might as well just leave everything on the default for now. Don't think anything is really affected there. This will just learn as we go, I think. We'll worry about the controls later. And... oh, achievements, interesting. We don't want to spoil anything, so let's look at that afterwards. This is a personal message, just for you. That's right, you. Here it comes. Hope you have a nice day. Anyway, we'll play around with that if we're dissatisfied with how things are going. Let's just hop in. Okay, we've established that the character's name is Claire and is sitting in the back of the car. And here we go. So this seems to be the default big and crunchy look. We can pick around with the options just to see what the other extreme is. Oh, I see. It just renders with quite a bit more smoothness. Might as well just, whoops, take a look at the various layouts here, see if we're happy with anything in particular, or if we want to go with the original look, which is how the game is usually promoted. This kind of quasi-retro resolution. I don't know. If we're dissatisfied with how it plays, we'll just poke around with it and see what else happens. I feel like we're just kind of accustomed to the resolution immediately, so we'll just keep this for now and find a shell. Okay, seems like we've established our objective here. Head up to Hawk Peak. Just take the White Beach Trail, head north of the fork, then follow the signs for Hawk Peak. Yeah, we don't follow instructions. I'm just going to run around a bit. Okay, we have A for jump. And, oh, you know, we might as well take a look at a control guide. I don't know if all of this is available right from the start. It might be. We don't have an item, obviously. And yeah, because right now run doesn't do anything. You can glide already, though. I can also dip into water. I don't know how far I can go before it runs into any problems. Also looks like there is a limited distance that I can glide. And yeah, I guess we'll just run around, collect some shells. We have 2 shells. It does keep count. So I don't know if this is entirely surrounded by water. It is just a mountain area. It might just be a lake or a river. But this updraft apparently is on point. How do I dive? And Netcat, welcome. Glide by holding A, then if you're high enough off the ground, release your control stick to dive downwards. I've actually been playing with D-pad, but we can try it with stick. Practice by gliding over this updraft. I only partly caught the instructions here. I guess we should head up here. Okay, so I can let up to lose some distance. Lose some height, rather. And Netcat doing alright over here. Hope everything is going well with you too, and let's see. Yeah, so you can get quite a ways. I see a treasure chest. It's a little bit beyond, and now some music is kicking in. Oh, whoops. Looks like we'll lose quite a bit of elevation immediately. Let's see how to control this. Yeah, so you can turn around in midair a bit. You do kind of continuously lose elevation as you glide, though. Let's just see if this guy can remind me. He's got his SPF 50, his sunblock protection. Let's just hear this again. You hold, you're high off the ground, and oh, I see. Okay, so I do need to hold a direction. I was sort of releasing by default, so. But if you continue holding, and maybe hold towards the gliding direction, let's see if that works. Yeah, if you hold towards the gliding direction, then you don't lose height. If you put the stick or the D-pad on neutral, then you do begin to lose elevation. For some reason, it reminds you of Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks. Netcat, have you actually played this before? Or are you as new to it as I am? Oh, yeah. Okay, looks like it's probably going to be better to play with stick, because that's going to cooperate quite a lot better with the gliding controls that we see here. Because with stick, you can push in your direction of travel. And it does feel a little bit more fluid to do it that way. Okay, got more coins. Don't know what the currency is good for yet. First time you've seen this. Yeah, let me know if it's looking okay. I'm doing this on the default resolution. There are some additional pixel sharpening filters, I think. But I usually, from the very little I've seen of this game from trailers and such, it's usually just displayed with this really chunky default resolution here. And the artwork is still very clear, so I've just left it for the time being. And also let me know if the sound is alright, so we don't run into a sound bug that we very often do. But yeah, I went in knowing pretty much nothing about this game. I did hear some people describe it as being kind of like Breath of the Wild, but playable in just a few short hours, which to me almost seems like a contradiction in terms, which is why I was really curious about it, just to see, you know, realistically, what can you get done in an open world format on this scale. So yeah, Netcat, thanks for letting me know that things are looking and sounding fine. Yeah, I hope everything is going well with you as well. And let's see here. Yeah, this is the 5th game that we've been playing in the series. The other ones have been a lot more puzzly so far in general. Haven't really done an open adventure quite like this one yet. So our objective eventually is get up to Hawk Peak. I would assume that it's just a peak on top of this whole mountain here. Oh, tools. So we can pick up tools. Can I mine with the tools? Or what can I do? Shiny thing over here. Oh, that's just a coin. I guess the tools just allow me to whack this and... Okay, so we create some paths. We can go through that, of course, but I did see a passage much earlier. Notice that there's no map by the looks of it. You have a pickaxe, and you have nothing on your mobile device. So yeah, you do kind of have to trust your sense of spatial orientation here to remember where you were. Because Otherwise, you will very easily lose your way. I don't know if eventually there's some kind of mapping system that you do unlock, or if you just have to trust your visual memory of everything that's going on. We see a treasure chest up there, of course. I should go through the pickaxe passage, but... Oops. Let's not open up the menu. Menu is on Y button, which is why I tapped it by mistake, because I'm just so accustomed to that being the action button in many other games. But here it is, A for jump and glide, and B for the item, so... Almost like NES-style controls, with a few other buttons for interface management. Okay, so we had come up around here before. I can't really climb yet. I don't know if maybe the pickaxe... Whoops. Yeah, same idea. I'm still habitually using the Y button when that's definitely not what I should be going for here. I don't remember how far back the treasure chest was. Anyway, we can glide off a higher elevation. I think I'm going to try that. We'll just get up as high as we can here and just make a nice big glide over. So let's walk all the way back. I have to remember that a glide is something that's available to me here, and might unlock some new locations, like that treasure chest right over there, you see, just under this antenna or power pole, I guess. Okay, more coins, a lot more coins. Whoops. You just discovered this game as part of the World Day Conservation Days sale on Steam. Okay, I didn't know that. I don't think I was even aware of that sale, to be honest. But I'm not on Steam nearly as much as I used to be these days. Now, given that for most purposes the Switch kind of took over as my indie system within the past 3 years or so. Hey Claire, how's it going? Anyway, this guy doesn't seem like he's terribly busy. 100 coins, I don't have that yet. We'll keep that in mind because that's the first expenditure that we've encountered in the game. Well, this guy's got nothing to do. We'll just keep talking to him. We'll eventually take him on the boat, I think. I like his sense of time and distance equivalence. Yeah, Netcat, I pretty much always play in front of a desk. I don't know how your setup is when you're streaming, but I'm actually not very accustomed to playing in something like a living room setup since I was just away from that for years and years. And so I've just got a second monitor going on. Despite living in the shadow of Hawk Peak, yeah, let's... I actually used to mainly play on tabletop on my Switch before I started streaming, and then now I'm mostly on a second monitor. This is a sign I'm just going to keep reading. I actually didn't catch what the question was. The islands are named after the color of their rock. Okay. Red and orange that flow through these cliffs. I've actually seen a place that's kind of like this, that has orange soil everywhere because of the chemical composition locally. It was actually in the south of France, and it was where Samuel Beckett was hiding throughout the war around 1942. Because he was sort of in hiding as a writer, of course, from the Nazi occupation. And yeah, so that was the one time I think that I've seen a place that really was just conspicuously orange everywhere. I'm trying to remember the exact name, but it just escapes me at this moment. The Helianthus dissultantis rubber flower. The official flower. And it blooms instantly in flash flooding conditions, inflating like a water balloon. So I wonder if that's something that we can trigger later on. Oh, okay, you can just pour a bucket of water on it, and that's okay. All buckets are property of the park. You can't fly or climb carrying a bucket full of water, but you can still glide. How do I drop the current tool? Do I... Oh, I can probably just pick this up, and then maybe there's some other tool swap that I can do. Oh, that's interesting. I just hit the L button and it parked the tool away. But then you can pick it back up. So in the menu screen, you get to change what you're holding. Must be a scoop or pour. Yeah, okay, because then you can choose what is being stowed on the left side. I don't know if there's a different way to do like a hot swap between your equipment. I haven't found one yet. Oh, there's also not exactly a free camera, but a bit of a tilt so you can scan around the environment. Anyway, let's do something about this flower. Or is this the plant I'm looking for? Or maybe not. Maybe... Inflating like a water balloon. Yeah. I mean, so far I haven't been able to fly or climb anyway. I've just been able to glide, so that's not really too much of a restriction yet. But I thought the implication was that this thing here is the plant of interest. Maybe I'm wrong. It's not exactly a flower, it's just a sapling. So. And okay, so some terrain we can just walk up. And that eventually looks like a location we can fall onto. I'm not going to be able to remember most of this that we find here without some additional navigational aid, but that's okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem to do much for me here. So I can't climb with a bucket of water, but I don't really seem to be able to climb anything normally right now anyway, so let's just continue. And yeah, at any time, we'll just swap over to the pickaxe as needed. I kind of wonder how far you can go because of this whole series of islands here, that, you know, we can just keep pushing south on the map and seeing all kinds of locations. I kind of wonder if we'll eventually hit some boundary. This looks like a boundary. Yeah. Yeah, the boys here are going to signify the limits of this world. Looks like they kind of follow a bit of a curve here, which makes me wonder if everything is just roughly situated in a circle. You can kind of a little bit of a glide here, and then approach some other islands or other territories along the way, I guess. So let's just head back over to land. I do see a treasure chest over here. Okay, just more money that we are saving up for the boat ride, I guess. Yeah, so back here we go. There was an island to fly towards, right? Let's... Yeah, I can't quite make it with that glide. I do need a little bit more elevation to do so. This is probably not quite enough. And we read this already. And we don't have enough money yet, so let's just go. Oops. I can totally make that. Think so anyway. Okay, back up here, and yeah, let's see if we can make it. There we are. Well, not much over here on the Orange Islands, just yet. Don't know if maybe there will be something eventually that will happen around here. But we'll keep the boat in mind for when we have 100 coins. It's just in the southern part of the area. Here's another path. Oh, let's just fly around, see if we can wrap around somewhere. I guess we're kind of acquainted with everybody here already. Already a fixture of this community. The next big thing, and what are they going to call it? I formally challenge you to a game of a beach stickball. Okay. Sounds like Calvin Ball. And we're not going to fight the law. We'll figure out how to play, first of all, and probably we'll have to pick a different tool than a pickaxe here. Okay, we got the stick. Now what do we do? 3 simple rules. Rule number 1. Hit the ball with your stick real hard. Okay, so it's basically just like tennis, or badminton actually, since you can't let it drop. Believe in yourself, okay. Wonder how that's enforced. Flashback here to Super Mario Odyssey. Batting that ball back 100 times on the beach. I feel like that was scripted to make me lose. If you pop the ball, then you lose, okay. Purely coop game or a co-op game. Means we work together to get a high score. Oh, I see, okay. So, yeah. We'll just try to keep the rally going. And let's see what kind of prizes we get, whether it's money or something else. Where does that go? Whoops, no. B button. Not the A button. Let's remember this. Yeah, we'll just follow the shadow and it should be okay. Did I touch the ground? No, I didn't. Okay. Oh, never mind. The serve doesn't count. Let's see if the serve counts for prize reasons. We didn't actually make it past 10 anyway. I'm going to say it doesn't really count, just to force myself to do the additional one. I wonder if this actually affects anything, but no, the serve doesn't count. We get choice and consequence. Yeah, it is pretty cute so far. Oh, once again, let's remember our action button here. Usually don't have too much trouble just adjusting to new control schemes, but I think I'm just counting 8 hits once again. Yeah, I guess we are... I didn't actually count to verify if it's using the rules that I agreed to, but I will assume that's the case, that the game actually cooperates either way. Maybe. Maybe Julie just overrules us all the time, and we have no say in the matter. Okay. Surely we're over about 10 by now, maybe? I haven't been counting at all, so... What are we at? 16 hits. A golden feather, okay. What's that all about? We might even be able to make it a 20. I mean, obviously we have to make it a 20. Just to see if we get something else. I can also jump and swap this, actually. Thank you for a GG. Still lots to go if we want to make it a 20. Whoops. This guy just keeps on pulling more of these beach balls out of his pocket. It's got a whole supply here. I wonder why I'm missing now. I was fine before. Huh. I'm missing every hit now for some reason. Let's go back to proving that we know how to get this thing to 10, or indeed 16. Just a few more hits after that will do the trick, so... Okay. It's actually pretty generous in terms of the hit range, so let's... Oh, this guy's supposed to cooperate with me. He's just batting it all over the place. And no, I'm not counting. Too busy concentrating on a movement here. Okay. What are we at? 32, not bad. Yeah, I guess because all of my opponents, not my opponent, but my co-op partners' hits also count as well. That. Holy moly, we hit 30. That's your new record. And he's going to come up with a reward. He's going to give me all of his money, which is actually enough for the boat. I don't want to take all your money, do I really not? His family is rich. I guess that's how we can afford to just go camping and bat this infinite supply of beach balls around all day. So yeah, I guess maybe 30 was our original sort of tertiary objective after hitting 20. So now we got a baseball cap. Let's see if I can do anything to wear it, perhaps. Wonder if we actually do have access to any cosmetics. Yeah, let's wear it. Okay, we've got a ball cap now. Very fancy. And Julie likes the big chair. This guy, I don't think I actually caught his name. Yeah, I like it. He gave me rewards, so... Welcome, Mang. Big pockets for money and for beach balls, yeah. Don't want to get too confused, of course, unless... The beach balls are just... the alternate currency of the land. Now, with the ball still lying around here, I wonder if we can bat it. And yes, we can. We can actually chase it down anywhere we like. Actually reminds me of this one thing I did back in Breath of the Wild, where... You know those orbs in Breath of the Wild that sometimes you need to open to shrines, where there's one that's sort of in the middle of nowhere, and I thought, let's... there's one that's placed like a slot in the middle of the woods where you have to defeat certain enemies to unlock the orb and roll it into place. And instead of doing that, I just decided to try to take one from a totally different puzzle and escort it all the way over, and that did not work. It did not recognize that as being interoperable, so... Okay, let's see here. Yeah, this is the rainy zone with the graveyard. Sort of interesting that in this park it would still be within regulations for people to bury and mourn the dead. I wonder, like, you see these flowers here about gravestones. I wonder if these flowers can be watered with the bucket. I'm just kind of curious. I doubt it, but... Okay, never mind that. So yeah, so there is a quick stash button, which is L, but there doesn't appear to be a quick tool button, as far as I know, so... We'll just keep that in mind in case we ever need to stash something quickly. But we've got a decent assortment of tools at this point. We'll eventually go up, but... for the moment... Oh, look at that. There is a little bit of dynamic flooding here of this location. The water does come in and out, gradually receding. Kind of tempted to just wrap around here. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, that's interesting. I could actually climb against the surface somewhat, but... Yeah, so you can actually just kind of scramble up like this, sort of. But it's not really a climb. Let's come up here. I just want to wrap around a bit and see if we missed anything on the way up. No, I guess not. There are probably other locations that are freely visible, but I don't know the map well enough to really do any of that, so we'll just come over here. So yeah, I guess the idea is that you have a very clear objective. You eventually want to reach the top But... Okay, so the bottom left is telling me that I have a golden feather, and it was briefly blue. I think maybe it was when I was starting to run out of it. What was the golden feather even for again? I don't actually recall. Maybe you can just sustain the glide for longer now that we unlock that. Also, still don't know what to do with these guys, given that the bucket doesn't seem to do anything with it. Oh, I guess we never scooped some water to begin with. We actually need to... It's an empty bucket, no wonder. So let's go back to the water and let's scoop some. Yeah, so that was the problem all along, is that you can fill the bucket and then you pour it with it. Okay, okay. I totally didn't understand that from earlier. We're going to rob this guy's lunch money. He left it. It's okay. Alright, so now I understand something new mechanically. I wonder if we can water these flowers. Okay, it doesn't seem to do anything, but the other plants should probably respond. Which means that since I'm able to get up to the cemetery, I believe there was something there. And let's just see what happens. Yeah, really enjoying the openness of this so far. I don't even remember what the original instruction was, that there was a certain path that was the guided path that would eventually get you up to the finish, but we don't follow instructions around here, so I just don't care. Instead, we're going to hop up here, and I do know that it was a location that I could water down below, so why don't we look for that? Oh, it was this thing here. Okay. Did I miss? Nope, we got it. So let's water this and see if it creates a shortcut or if it does something else. Okay, it's basically Wind Waker. By giving you a shortcut like that. It literally is the mechanic from Wind Waker. And let's dive in here. No, nothing. Okay, so now we know what the plants do, or at least that plant. I've seen a couple of those already that we just didn't know how to water earlier, so we'll just keep that in mind. Oh, this looks like it's going to need a shovel. I doubt the axe will do anything with it. It's clearly a shovel spot. Yeah, that's not going to do anything, obviously. Also, you can drop the tools, which is interesting. I don't think I was given that command earlier. Let me see what we can do about this. So you can drop and just pick up. Okay, I don't see why we would want to do that, unless, of course, we want to drop a full bucket so we can eventually climb or something. Knowing me, this will be a decently long hike. Yeah, given that... I mean, it's a very open game, and that's actually a recipe for taking my time. The anecdote I like to relate about my playstyle is this. And I'm going to use Breath of the Wild as an example again because most people have played it, and you'll know what I'm talking about. So you know how in Breath of the Wild, when you finish the tutorial, it gives you that first quest to get off the plateau. And the first quest is go to Kakariko Village and talk to Impa, and then, you know, eventually you have a whole bunch of things that are locked behind that, and which opens up the main quest. I ignored that waypoint. I ignored that quest for, I think it was something like 180 hours. Like the first little tutorial breadcrumb that you get in Breath of the Wild after you get off the plateau. Yeah, I sort of deliberately ran around that and just didn't bother with it. So with this game, we also know that by the Orange Islands, that was where we originally saw the first flower that we could water. Let's get back to that. 108? No, about 180, actually. Maybe even more than that. But I remember I actually logged it and took a screenshot commemorating the occasion because, yeah, it led me to find out a few things about how Breath of the Wild is structured in terms of what is actually locked behind that quest. There are a few things that actually were locked behind doing the tutorial breadcrumb quest, like the access to the ancient labs and the... I think one of the dragon locations, like one of the dragons just refuses to spawn until you head over there to do that. This guy's new. I don't remember this. Okay, what's this guy doing here? And if everything's surrounded by water, how do we drive here in the first place? Oh, because there was a ferry, yeah. And I think this is the ferry, in fact. Maybe. But yeah, that's how we got over here in the first place. We do know that this whole place is surrounded by water and accessed by ferry, and we don't have a fishing rod. And Bill is fishing, okay. Okay, we've got more coins, we've got a treasure map, interesting. What do we do with a treasure map? Also a map more of a bunch of riddles. It says, his vessel was lost on the water, but the beacon found and caught her. So he buried his trade at the end of its shade as a limerick to keep safe for the Lightkeeper's daughter. Let's read this again. His vessel was lost in the water, but the beacon found and caught her. So he buried his trade at the end of its shade to keep safe for the Lightkeeper's daughter. We'll keep that in mind. When we find out what a couple of those elements are. Anyway, let's put this... oh, how did I pull out the tool just now? That was new. Oh, it's just a B button... Oh, okay, so you actually do have a quick button to pull out the most recent tool. Let's try that. Put away, pull out, put away, pull out. Okay, but you do still need to scroll through these manually, I think. So that's going to save some time to remember this. Let's see if we can actually put away a full bucket, in fact. Let's see if we have a full bucket. Put it away. Okay, no, because the dumping action takes priority. And actually, the B button is already bound to... wait, no, let's try this. Pull the bucket. Put away. Pull out. Yeah, so when you put it away, it automatically dumps the bucket, like that. Also, we can't just bucket the fish. We do need a fishing rod. Can't just carry those with our bare hands. Okay. Yes, this is one of those locations. Unlock. And there we go. And, okay, so I should be able to bounce up with a full bucket in tow, which will get me to a location I've already explored, but that's okay. We'll just do this and see where this gets me. Okay, so we have a new shortcut, which brings me where? Is this familiar? I don't think so. Oh, and the whole island rotates, which is interesting because it means that we can see where we're aiming if we decide to fly from this angle over to the other side. So, you know what? Let's do that. We have a shortcut back up here. Whoops, wrong button. That's okay. Right, because it gives me a treasure chest, it gives me the umbrella. Okay, so... yeah, and so the feather, as you can see, went from gold to blue. I still don't really know what the golden feather is doing for me, but maybe I'm just not paying attention. Yeah, we've been here. And it's nice like some rice with spice. But yeah, my visual memory is sloppy enough that we might run into a lot of situations where I don't remember if I've actually seen a place before. This is a very common issue, especially once we have that rotation. Ah, here's a pickaxe spot. That's what I was remembering from much earlier in the game, so let's pull this out. And explore this little grotto here. Okay. The way forward is blocked. By what? Maybe it's exit only, or we have to find something else to remove this obstruction. I wonder if it's dependent on the water level. No, it's not. It's just going to be blocked either way. So anyway, we can probably head back up. I want to go back to the boat, though, because the problem of scrounging up 100 coins has been solved. Let's just head back. And not this boat, the other boat. The first thing you did in this game was run into the water and get lost. Yeah, that's what I did as well. At the very start. Okay, we were here before. This was the location where I proceeded onwards because we opened up this passage and thought I would check it later. I'm still going to check it later. I want to go back to the boat first. And I do know that's pointed towards the south, but we'll have to keep the rotations in mind when the camera does swivel. Otherwise, I am likely to lose my way every time the camera decides to rotate on me. Where were those orange islands? I thought they were somewhere down here. Maybe wrong. Ah, no, here's an orange island. And here is another one. Alright, good, good, good. Back on track. I do remember this location. And, yeah, this was where we were. Ah, yep. This was where we got the bucket. Let's see where this goes. Okay, this allows me to head to a number of different locations that are new. Whoops. Nope, slipped a little too quickly. Should be watching my shadow's position as we converge on that, but... Alright, let's head over. Nope, still dropping a little bit early here. A bit premature when it comes to that little interaction. And yeah, let's just maybe fly into it this way. Nope, still overshooting. Okay, totally overshooting now. Not really gauging 3D space very well. It's one of the interesting things about this game is that it is clearly a modeled 3D space, even though everything has this pixel art look to it. And actually, quite a complex piece of terrain. Oh, there we go. Just money. For the boat. Can't wait for me to glide from a super tall cliff. Yeah. That's going to happen sooner or later. And we'll lose a ton of progress that way. When we're very near the summit. Probably. This little kid still wants to take the boat. Oh, woe is me. I'll never get to ride the boats. Cough, cough. Why must the world be so cruel? Okay, he's just gonna whine again, so let's... sit in the boat. No, we have to pay up first. Do I have to pay up first? Can I steal the boat? Okay, you need a key. Fine then. Let's pay up. Can I rent a boat? 100 coins for the whole day. Yeah, we're gonna take the whole day, so why don't we do that? Here's the key. You've read the Provincial Motorboating Safety and Operations Guide. Totally. Yeah. We've absolved him of any liability. Okay. Well, can I actually read some of that stuff? Or look at some other things I'm carrying? Because in terms of progress... Oh, Golden Feather is double jump. Okay. And hold A when facing a wall to climb. Okay, so we've actually had the climbing ability all this time from Golden Feather. I just didn't realize it yet. So there's a double jump. And there's a wall climb. So... I guess I just didn't read the instructions earlier when that was made available. So we could have just climbed up all this time and had no issues whatsoever. So yeah, maybe the transition from the Golden Feather to the Blue Feather in the interface reflects something to do with whether you have the stamina to continue to climb. I didn't read the guide, no. It's funny because when games actually did come with manuals and instruction booklets, I would read the instruction booklets. I remember specifically, that's how I learned about things like the slide in Mario 3 and probably a whole bunch of other things in Mario 3. Oh, you can actually accelerate the boat as well, and you're not going to run out of fuel either. It's just going to let you patrol around. Well worth the 100 coins, I think, although I'm totally losing my sense of orientation now. Okay, this is a very accessible treasure chest. We're obviously going to take it. And the boat is taking on a little bit of water here, but not a concerning amount, I hope. So let's see if I can get the climb functionality here. Oh, I guess it is just a repeated tap against the wall. Wait, let's see if I understand this. Jump, push. Let's read this again. Hold A when facing a wall to climb. So is that just a repeated climb, or do I actually get like a proper climb? Oh, hold it. Okay, okay, I get it. It's a very minimal climb. You don't get to go very far. But you do get to correct your position if you just wind up a little bit low, I think. Yeah, you see? We actually have access to some new places now, except now it says Blue Feather, and I can't until it refreshes into the Golden Feather. So I have a very limited ability to gain some elevation. I'm totally going to lose track of my boat position, by the way. Should probably dock it somewhere a little more conspicuous so we can get back to it later. And yeah, most games... Well, I think it's very rare to have any kind of physical guide. But one benefit of that, Netcat, is that I think... One thing I've definitely seen happen over the course of instruction manuals sort of steadily disappearing from games is that they have been much better about teaching you controls on the fly in a very elegant way. I think this was maybe about around the GameCube era when I really noticed that. That's... Even though the GameCube era still had a lot of really thick instruction booklets, really thick especially if you're buying them in a country like Canada, which has bilingual instruction manuals, so half the text would be in French, and so booklets would be double the size. Oh, unless they have them in Spanish in the United States as well. I'm not exactly sure. Despite coming with those thick instruction booklets, you would see a lot more in the way of introductory button prompts come in as part of the user experience and as part of that basic expectation. I remember specifically, actually, that it was a lot of the big Nintendo games in that era, like Wind Waker, Mario Sunshine, etc., that really did that in terms of thinking very hard about how to teach button prompts in an increasingly complex control scheme. Whereas with a lot of older games, you'd have none of that. You would not have anything aside from the manual tell you that things were bound to A or B or start or select. And that certain menu screens would only be navigable with, say, start and select instead of A and B. You know, like, you would just not be told any of that stuff. But there were few enough buttons that you could establish some of that by trial and error. So yeah, you can do a very modest climb just over these tiny little heights here. And interesting that my color changes as well when I'm switching over to the blue feather, you see? So let's say I stand on top of this rock here. Nope, not quite. But I can probably climb on top of this one here. Yep. There we go. So we've got the waterfall, we've got this bridge. We've got the music kind of contextualizing my elevation. You'll notice that it's as we ascend that the music starts to pick up. And here you go. Yeah. And yeah, Netcat, you could pop them in and play, but often it would also mean there are a lot of undocumented interactions as well. Pickaxe, let's try it against the door and see if we can just bust this thing down and vandalize the park structure. Nope. I don't think you can go in any of the windows either. I think you just have to see the top of the tower and maybe land on it from a great height. Let's read the sign. Hawk Peak Trail, Good Creek Path, Blackwood Trail, Royal Ridge. I'm going to check the top of the tower, but then we're totally not going this way because it looks like the main path. Let's check the tower. There we go. There's a good tower. And I found a golden feather. So we have 2 golden feathers. I think that probably just extends my climbing range, I would guess. We can test that. Yeah, so it expends 1 feather at a time. So the more feathers you collect, the longer your climbing range is and the more double jumps you have. So you can see that because we have 2 feathers, I now have a triple jump. So Royal Ridge and Blackwood Trail. Let's take a look at this. Doesn't cost me anything. And yeah, we see a landmark over there that will eventually hopefully be reachable. We see a little hut down there, which I may or may not have traversed. Oh, NPC, okay. Also, you can zoom in and see that there's an artist over there. We'll eventually want to say hi to the artist. Oh, whoops. Let's jump out here. And glide over here. Grab that. Nope. Missed. Let's head back up somehow. You can kind of climb laterally, but there is a limited time here. So the climb range is not based on elevation, it is based on time spent climbing. But we should be able to make slightly greater heights now. And yeah, Netcat, thank you for the cheers. And we'll just grab some of this. The presence of water, of course, should make us attentive to where we can water a plant. Let's talk to this guy after we read this sign. Visitor Center, okay. Nothing in this hut, except, of course, clipping through the ceiling there. Whoops. You're supposed to run a marathon, and you've lost your lucky headband. Somewhere in Blackwood Forest. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for a headband. Red headband. Pair of running shoes. I guess that's just walking speed. Unless there's maybe a dash that gives you a bit more mobility. Let me know if you see a red headband. Everybody speaks in text messages. Have you noticed that? It's not just the fact that it's lowercase, but I think some of their expressions really makes me think like people are just kind of colloquially texting. We're planning on hiking to Hawk Peak, but the path suddenly got really steep. And climbable, you had a golden feather, and I've got 2, and you can buy more at the visitor center, so we can actually extend our climbing range even further, eventually. I've totally lost track, by the way, of where we left the boat, just as I predicted. Oh, also, there's a watering location. Let's scrap that. I can't climb with the bucket. Let's remember that. Okay, but I can probably glide over like this, and then we will pop that shortcut. Now, interestingly enough, that's popping that gets you into the blue feather state right away, I believe. No, it doesn't. I was just jumping into it. Okay. Good that we didn't just lose the coins that looked like they were about to scatter. But we can do a further climb up here. There we go. And here's another feather. Great. So yeah, I see how the progression works now, that we just sort of steadily extend our own mobility by exploring the world, and that seems to be the most tangible type of reward that we've encountered so far, apart from the promise of running boots from that other NPC's sponsor, whoever they are. Now, what's this? Lighthouse. Interesting. Let's do this first. Shiny. You can see your house from here. Okay. We'll eventually go back down there to take a look then. Didn't know that was my house. I thought I drove here, or was driven here, rather. Might just be a second home. Okay, nothing here yet. Let's see if we can do a bit of a climb. Notice that there is another watering location as well as a treasure chest there. So we'll just keep an eye out for a water source. Meteor Lake Overlook, and yeah, we were just passing through the Blackwood Forest. This looks like a racing location or gate. Maybe some kind of foot race quest later that will require the running shoes to really crack. Okay, not high enough. Let's grab some of this though. And again, we will keep an eye out for water source. I think we're quite far off from something. Oh, here's a guy with a red headband. Lost her headband somewhere in the forest. So we'll see if this quest can be resolved, and whether luck is a property that is preserved by the random headband. Okay, we'll eventually go back to do that. I feel like, given the difficulty of remembering where I am at a given time, I should maybe go back now to see where she is. She was somewhere at the exit of the Blackwood Forest. From time to time I should consider following the trails, but who wants to do that? Shiny thing over here. Oh, because you can pickaxe this. Okay. Let's do this. Right? Can I break that? No. Why is it shiny? Okay, maybe some kind of interaction I don't know about yet. Anyway, we do have a water source. Not that that's going to help me given our elevation here. And no shovel yet. That's right, because we were here. Yeah, there's the headband person, Sue. So we are told. Any luck finding your headband yet? Well, sweat stains aren't in the right place. Okay. Oh, I guess it's a tortoise and a hare. That's sweater racing, yeah. Taylor the turtle? You're like the regional champion. Oh, okay. She's totally going to take it because of the luck multiplier. So she's going to get a luck times 4, and we'll get running shoes for some kind of statistical bonus. You can hold X to run. Running requires golden feathers, so yeah, that's just a stamina meter then. That's pretty much all there is to it, and you kind of leave these blue feathers behind as you go. Alright, so just some added mobility. And I do kind of wonder if that will affect anything with glide, but probably not. I've got 2 feathers, I should be able to make it up here. Just about. Let's try this again. 1 jump, climb. There we go. Gotta go fast. Yeah, that's right. Also, well, we'll grab some of this first, but I think I should be able to take water from that source and bring it over to the location I saw earlier. Or a potential shortcut. Maybe. Okay. So yeah, we have some progression unlocked so far when it comes to mobility. But we'll take the bucket. And no climbing. I'll have to continue holding the bucket. I'm trying to remember the location of where we were earlier now. Nugukaza, welcome. It goes well. Hope you're doing fine as well over in P-Balloon Land. And okay, so this should probably spin the camera just to give me some visibility. I've totally lost my sense of orientation now, speaking of which, but I guess the signage and the orientation of the different pathways is what we should be using. Like, we should actually be doing landmark-based navigation here. And I do remember this angle, though, in terms of that particular overlook. So maybe we're not as far down as I think I am. Yeah, there was a particular location that I was trying to water, and I just totally lost track of where it was, so... just run around some more. Can't climb with the water. Right, this was the rainy location much earlier. I do recall this, so... oh hey, shiny, let's do it. Yeah, still going to keep the bucket for the time being, just in case. And, oh, yeah, this is maybe one of the locations I noticed. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, we'll get all the way back up here. Camera is going to snap sharply back into place. And what are we looking at here? Okay. So this whole trail... oh yeah, this was just at the end of this pathway here. That's why I didn't see it earlier. And sure, let's pop some more treasure. Right, I saw a sign for the visitor center earlier, and the visitor center... oh, this is the fisherman. The visitor center apparently has another feather that we can purchase. So that's something we should do. I feel like the eventual progression of this game is just to unlock enough feathers to do some kind of major final ascent, and it'll just kind of reward open world exploration that way. Fish are biting today, okay. Can I have your rod? Do I need to pay you for it, or... well, okay, let's learn how to fish. Let's see how the fishing mechanic is going to work in this game. I don't know why it is that fishing is so incredibly popular as a video game trope. But... I mean, I guess you just get to do the convenient parts of fishing without a lot of the fuss. So... what do I do now? Wait. And, yeah, exactly, we're waiting for a bite that looks very much like that salmon emote. I actually kind of like that there's a little bit more fishing, like sitting around here for the fishing experience to really capture its pace and serenity. Rather than having anything to, you know, basically... what was I saying? Yeah, rather than having anything to work with in a very mechanistic style in a way that you would in Animal Crossing or in Stardew Valley or whatever, where you actually do just cast a line again. You just sit back here and have a conversation, and patience is key. Oh, there we go. I mean, there are those shadows of fish that we see here that kind of indicate to me that we will have a bit of a more instantly responsive fishing mechanic later on. Reel it in. Oh, I got a fish. A big common carp. And eventually we'll be able to sell it off. As he is eating pie. What do you do with the fish? Alright, let's try to cast another line then. See if we can get another bite. And thank you for the GG. That was the result of a mighty struggle. Oh, look at this guy just sort of standing here by the beach. I wonder if we can talk to him while casting the line. No, I guess not. That's interesting, that if you just cast the line somewhere, it homes in on the nearest body of water. Like, I can be facing a totally different direction, coming up here, and it will go all the way. I'm gonna wonder what the limitations on this actually are. Oh, okay, and then... Did we actually get a bite from that? Yes, I did. Very fancy. Hey, let's try it on the next cliffside just to see if it works. Oh, it totally does. Look at that. Let's try it further. See how far off camera we can get. Whoop. Yep, still fishing. No, not fishing. Never mind. The line doesn't quite go that far. However, we do see a watering location here. We'll need to fall towards this one, though. Okay. And, yeah. Overlook the trail. I was looking for the sign for the visitor center earlier, so we could make a quick purchase if we can afford it, but we'll probably just need to follow our way back down to the Blackwood. Oh, here's another watering location. I think this was the one I was looking at earlier, actually. Let's keep that in mind. At the end of the Blackwood Trail. Just have to give myself a bit of a verbal reminder. Ah, yes, because we had come here by the lighthouse with water earlier, and so we know that's reachable. But how we'll do it is a different question entirely. In here. So yeah, I think we just take it up the Blackwood Trail because of that water source up ahead. Hey, there's some cash. Can't quite see where I'm going here. But there is a treasure chest on top. So we can just try to make it all the way up. Oh, also notice this shortcut location. And yeah, let's just do this. And, oh, okay. Do this. Alright, back to the lighthouse and then to the end of the Blackwood Trail. That's how we'll do it. Oh, here's another location here that we can use. Let's... whoops. Water on target, perhaps. And okay, we can get some more water for the next bucket up there. Hang on. Alright, there we go. Oh, above the clouds already. Okay, that was really pretty quick. I do want to get back to the creek for some water. Let's not ascend too soon. We don't want to just wind up there all of a sudden. Tent down there. We haven't really looked at that yet. Yeah, you really do need a good landmark-based sense of orientation, I think, to do much with this game. But let's fill up the water, move on up, and try to fly back down. Love how you have to control while gliding to actually retain all that water that you've got stashed up. Read the sign. Nope. Let's see if I remember where anything was. The answer seems to be no. Oh yeah, here's this location here. Oh yeah, except I have to fall towards it, so never mind. Okay, so all of them are racing now. Probably should have rushed over there and joined in, but too busy figuring out where to dump this bucket, so. Right, so here's the pathway. And here's one of those locations. Yeah, the one by the lighthouse. I mean, these shortcuts here are just conveniences mostly. I mean, we seem to have opened up a particularly lucrative one just now. Oh, that's interesting, that little platform there. Not doing anything for me right now, but here's another beach ball. Oh, this guy likes a continental breakfast. Wonder if I can I stand on a fire? No, I can't. Okay. That would be dangerous. And this is not that kind of game. Alright. Can I rotate anything here? Yeah, that's just a boat that we came in on initially. I don't think I could actually get on top of this island here previously, though, could I? So why don't we just do that? Or could I? Whoops. Yeah, I think this was pretty accessible. Nothing here. Lots of fish, though. Don't know if the different catches you can have differ very much as you wander around this whole place. But we can fish a bit and take a look. Oh no, need a bigger bite than that. And reel it in, what do we got? Big brook trout. I'm assuming there is some kind of achievement for just collecting all the fish. I don't know if there's a fish compendium or something that we can look at to see our previous catches. Maybe once we've reactivated the mobile device that has been out of reception range all this time. I guess in order to do that, you would need to get up to the peak. That's partly the point here. Also, notice that you can still walk around while you're still technically fishing. Reel it in. What do we got? Big rainbow trout. Alright, we've been ignoring this little passageway for long enough. Let's see what's in the cavern. Okay, it's just a passageway over to the other side. I see a golden feather. We will, of course, grab it. So yeah, lots of mobility now. Let's get rid of the fishing rod. What is this guy doing? Oh, he sells feathers, okay. What else do you sell? Provincial parks must be trending or something. Costs 100 coins. I mean, I can afford it. I have a baseball cap already, but I'm sure there's some reason to collect all the hats. Let's collect the hats. Support our provincial parks. Yes, we'll do it. Can I buy a golden feather for 40? Yep. Double jump, and... So this guy teaches you about golden feathers. Yeah, it is a nice hat. Strawberries and toast was invented here in Hawk Peak. That's a very interesting distinction. Join us at 5 p.m. I mean, I've got the boat the whole day, but otherwise I have no indication that the day ever really ends. Maybe that's just a conclusion we'll eventually make it towards. Let's grab the bucket. And pop this thing here. And did we actually check the trailers down there? Let's actually go down and take a look. Do I have the time? I do not have the time. We are stuck here for eternity. So this guy's missing a watch. Please don't sell it on the internet, not that we have reception. Okay. There we go. And more chests. And oh, there's a guy building a sandcastle over here. Let's see what that's all about. Oh, he's got a shovel. That's... Can I take a shovel? Please say I can take your shovel. Can I borrow your shovel? He needs it for a sandcastle construction. So we're going to trade a miniature shovel, which I didn't know I was carrying. Did I know I was carrying that? I don't think I did, actually, but... Alright, so now we have a shovel. That's going to open up some new content here, so... Let's see what we can do. Where are... Ah, there we go. Okay, just coins, so... Nothing too critical yet. I did find a shovel earlier. Where did I find a shovel earlier? I completely forgot. The miniature shovel? I mean, I just don't even remember where I could have picked that up. I guess that's what happens when you actually find objects before their relevance comes into play. I mean... Just getting out of the house, okay. I've got a compass, excellent. That's actually going to be very useful. That's going to be extremely useful. In fact, let's see what the compass will do. Okay, so it is going to point towards the north. Great. Great, great, great. We are definitely leaving it on. Otherwise I will be very, very lost. Oh, that's interesting. Didn't know about that interaction. Ranger's Cabin, a White Coast Trail. Nobody here. Hey, let's do this again. That was... You know what they say, it's good luck to know which way is north. I guess you have to be wearing a headband. Just a quadruple luck that you have from your sense of direction. Let's try this again. I just didn't know that interaction. But it does get you pretty far, especially with all the feathers that I've been amassing already, so... Yeah, and I can also just do the quintuple jump. Great, lots of mobility now, actually. Anyway, back to the lighthouse. So we kind of have a sense that the lighthouse is facing southeast. I have, once again, no idea where I left my boat. But we'll worry about that later. I wonder if I can beat the rock with a shovel. Again, just following Animal Crossing logic here. Yes, we totally can. Does it run out eventually, or is it just an infinite supply of money? I think it does run out, okay. Pretty considerable supply of money, though. Well, good to know that. This setup is 100% legal. What is he dealing here? Okay, so this guy is going to give me baits. Probably need it for fishing somehow, but I think we'll have to see where I can actually apply it if I need some particular fish that requires bait to catch. But we'll just keep that until we understand what it's for. So we're totally not going to report this guy just yet. Since he gave me a handful of worms. Oh, he's totally weeping. So I guess I have to fish up that fish if this is his little quest here. Maybe so. Let's just repeat this. Yeah, he does. Okay. I feel like we have to catch a fish, and that is the fish that swallowed his permit. And wasn't there that wristwatch earlier? I have no recollection of where that was supposed to be either. It's okay, we'll just continue running around and... Meteor Lake Overlook... Oh, no, I see. Meteor Lake and Overlook are two different places, and they're just pointing in different directions. Okay. So did we actually go to Meteor Lake? Was that the bits that had the little wooden structure in the middle? Yeah, I think it was. Okay, yeah, and that's where we were also fishing. Okay, getting a better sense of how this is laid out, just now that we have the compass, first of all, and secondly, because we have some signage to give us the names of things, which is a critical piece of the puzzle here. And yeah, I do recognize that updraft on the right side. Okay, let's see what these racers are all about. Can I interrupt them? Yes. It's dangerous to go slow. And let's see if we can talk to the other ones. I totally interrupted this one. I don't know if they'll manage to catch up. Running is your life. What if running wasn't your life? I love how he's stuck on a bridge like that while having his troubling thought. Let's interrupt another one. I may be cheating a little bit by gliding. That's okay, I'm not officially a participant, so... Let's assume they run laps endlessly and see if we can catch the rest over here. There we go. Can I join a race? Registration ended last month. So who had to be turned away? I guess maybe it was the turtle, maybe. Can I bug you about this? Speed first, talk later. Okay, well, now that we've interrupted 3 of them, let's see if we can catch the leader. Remember that I have a run button. Oh yeah, I do have a run button. I totally forgot. It's leg days, then why are you running? Yep, totally forgot I have a run button. The X binding is slightly out of the way. Yeah, the button binding is a little bit unorthodox in this game. I don't know if it's reconfigurable, but it doesn't seem so. That's okay, it's a fairly simple experience. Just get used to it temporarily. Anyway, everything's quite snowy here. Oh, I see. This is the part of the trail that's obstructed by a minimum of 1 golden feather. Unless, of course, you just want to glide over to the right side that is easily walkable. And, oh, there's a treasure chest. Of some significance. There's a golden feather. Did I ever actually end up on top of the lighthouse? I don't think I did I? I should maybe go back and fix that. But let's see what's in here first. So we made it all the way. Nothing. Okay. In that case, let's go back. Just to see what's in the distance. And that should allow me to drop on top of the lighthouse for this little golden chest over here. There we go. Okay, 7 feathers. Excellent. So now we can climb pretty far. Shouldn't be worried about too many obstructions. Oh, yeah, trying to remember. Okay, I guess the racers are back in position. Who was the one I forgot? Oh, yeah, no, I did talk to all of them. I did talk to all of them. Let's see if we can drop water in this location here. And how high, for that matter, a climb with this many feathers is actually going to get me. Pretty far, actually, especially once we collect that one there. The camera was in a bit of a weird position in terms of pushing against that wall. Yeah, but that's okay, we got it. And we can probably keep climbing this location. Looks like it's quite high though, so... Possibly I do need this water bucket location to be taken care of first. So let's find a water source that's at a higher elevation. And just kind of pull in here to see if we make it all the way up. Not quite, but probably could make it up this wall. So, not quite here as well. I should wait for everything to refresh, or just find a slightly higher point to begin that. There we go. Alright, so we'll try to get up here and head to the right. Lots of coinage here that we have nothing to spend on just yet. And okay, let's climb this location. And there is a water source right here, so... And okay, so in case you didn't see the other location, this allows you to grab a second bucket. And so depending on how you traverse the mountain, you have a couple of different locations that will introduce you to this redundantly. Which is a good idea, because the part where we did find a bucket initially was maybe slightly out of the way. It'd be quite a feat to come all this way without having gotten a bucket yet, though, given just how dependent on it I have been. And okay, there's a location we can glide to after the fact. We'll just try to climb here first. Getting pretty snowy up here. I see that because of the ice, the feathers are not refreshing here. That's interesting. So that's an interesting change to the stamina mechanic that I did not expect. That you would have a limited budget for climbing in total once you're in this biome over here. So that's something we'll keep in mind for later. For now, I will just grab the bucket first and go back to where we're here. Yeah. That's the spot. Buzzing at me because I cannot double jump with the full bucket. But yeah, we'll climb up here and it will freeze over. And so I guess we would have to descend to a certain location in order for it to stop freezing. I guess this is also how it just confines you from climbing much further. Which makes me think, of course, if we start in this location first, let's not do the double jump just yet. Let's refresh the feather. So we get a full refresh over here. I freeze over here. And let's see if anything is even remotely in sight. Yeah, we're not even close. Okay. That will be worth remembering. And here's a climbing trail. He's going to tell me that it requires a certain number of feathers. You want to buy some feathers? Yeah, okay. 100 coins per. Yeah, I'm going to buy your feathers. But does this guy have multiples? Okay. So, yeah, it looks like every 100 coins we can just turn in for a bit more of the climb, and this would be at least 7. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, we can totally make it. But we'll ignore that, of course, and just come over here. Oh, let's get a sense of direction. So this was sort of to the southeast. That's okay. That's not a difficult location to remember, given everything that we had done to get up to that point. So here is a freezing location. Once again, let's do this. And okay, just a little bit short there. But let's wrap around here and see if we can get a higher elevation to start with. Yeah, that looks like it's a bit of a marked climbing trail. But it's not really. Just a cliff face. That's fine. Well, if I really wanted to get upstairs, I could just take the main trail that requires 7 feathers. Looks like we missed a lot along the way, though, so... On the other hand, we can glide down quite a ways if we start up there. What is this? Oh, just some outcropping. Oh, we might as well check it. I mean, it looks like this is just basically how the game is gated off, that you run around and do things and collect a minimum of 7 feathers, and sort of expected then that would be an end gate of some sort. I don't know how much there is beyond this, though, so we can take a look. We've got plenty to work with here. And this guy just sells you as much as he can, such that no matter how many coins you grab earlier on, you can just cash them in. Also notice that we're not quite in a freezing zone just yet. In this part. Oh, just a little bit short. And that's where it freezes, so. That's okay. We should be able to make it up this path. There we go. And we're out of climbs. So there has to be some kind of a progression tool, I guess, to get the feathers unfrozen. Stop at one of the hot springs. Okay. Can't really break in here. And we can still glide, of course. That doesn't look like a hot spring, that just looks like a frozen... yes it is, okay. Great. And a pickaxe can blow this up. Let's see what's in here. It's a shortcut passage that will go really far, actually. Okay, so this is how you get back up, and so I've created that shortcut now. In case I want to recover where I parked the boat. Let's also... I was about to say catch that fish, but we scared it off, I think. Okay, great. We have a way to get back and forth. Works for me. Let's see about a shovel. And just money? Okay, great. We could use money. Money just converts to more feathers. Let's get some of that spring water as well. And dip this. Okay, great. We now have a way to head up over there. I just want to scan around in this location first. Freeze our buns off in the meantime. Yeah, this just looks like a continued trail. Don't know if anything's going on down here. Let's take a peek. Whoops, let's not burn too much of that on double jumps. Do you know hot springs are nearby, though, so... not a big deal if we take another dip over here, and... let's get upstairs. Looks like a marker around that post, like straight to like a red headband. Oh, we can totally grab water for that, but before we do that, let's just take a look at this thing. Also, this passage here, that looks interesting. Wind is blowing pretty hard that way. I do kind of wonder if this will be reversible, or if I'll just get blown all the way through. let's see here. You see, you can tell it's a snow zone by the music and the instrumentation. Really interesting how that's just, in video game terms, being associated with winter. These glistening bell tones. Okay. Buckets. And, oh, I can't climb though, so that's a bit of a problem. We do need to land on the right then, and try to fall back in. Okay, that's fine. Except, of course, I can't actually fly past here either, can I? So let's see how to do this. There should be a way to gain some elevation once we head up to this location. Nope. I know I can land in that location there, just need to track towards it and maybe wrap around somehow to eventually make our way back up. Don't really see it yet though. Ah, okay, so this was just the entry point. Well, let's see what we can do here. There's more water. And yet should be a gliding location eventually once we walk around a little bit. Lots of water sources to work with, in fact. So we'll just try to gain some elevation here and there until we find some way to go up and up. Either that or I'll just dump my bucket and continue climbing. Yeah, this is the location I wanted. Okay, so looks like we have not quite found a path yet, but getting closer. Yeah, you can get some minor jumps here if you want, but not exactly going to be the way up. Let's rethink this a little bit. Just to see if it is possible to gain a little bit more height there. I mean, there are enough water sources up here that I can probably afford to dump. And, oh, we did need to refresh, actually. That's fine, let's go back down. Get all those feathers back. Here we are. And back up we go. So yeah, this is fairly simple. If I had a bucket, well, I would not be able to climb with it, so I wouldn't be able to take it up here, but if I have a way to fall back down here with some water from some other higher source. Collect more feathers? No, I'm fine. We've got enough. We don't have enough for this part, though. Yeah, so the 7 feather minimum is tuned around people who are not going to be wasteful about them. I mean, we do have the currency to buy another one at the base, if so needed, but I think we can probably do better than that. Just by not burning so much on the additional jumps at the various entry points. Whoops, no. Should have gotten up here with 3 feathers. That really should have been enough to... well, not the next climb after that, though. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, this location will be very useful once I manage to crack it somehow. It's okay, we can wrap around in the meantime and just see what else is accessible. Okay, a bit more coinage up here. And here. Yeah, not much civilization up here. In terms of anybody else that we could run into. Okay, that looks like a pickaxe point. And specifically, one that I can blow up. Let's slap this. Alright, just a hot spring though. However, if we take water here, that might be an important location. Let me think about that, because yeah, it gives you a refresh. I think taking a bucket there is unlikely to give me much, though, given the current elevation that we're at. However, let's try to gauge that based on where we are. Yeah, I don't think it'll get me to that other watering location. Alright, over we go. And yeah, we've still got a fair bit to work with here. I can, of course, get over to the other side, which might be a better way to go at this point. And that it gives me the refresh point, and which also gives me water. Now, if only I could remember visually. Oh, there's a water spot right here. Definitely going to grab this one. Particularly because we're able to reach this now. Oops, facing the wrong way though. Seems like we're probably quite close to the top. Kind of want to go back down and unlock some locations here. Let's see what's here first. I mean, looks like that is basically the top right here. Let's not go there yet. We know how to get here. What I want to do first is light over here, so we have a shortcut location. That, I think, was actually the wrong location. Let's... Ah, here it is. There we go. I mean, the topmost point here is pretty much going to be the end of the hike. But there's quite a lot that we haven't done on the lower levels or interacted with yet. We might as well just take a look. Don't necessarily need to finish here or anything. It does seem like this is probably something close to the main objective, though. Really want to get a photo from the top. There used to be a route that went along the dark side of the mountain. They closed it a long time ago. Does not matter. I've got a water point now that allows me to unlock the passage all the way up. Also, since we have that, we might as well just fool around back on the lower level. I mean, we know how to get up to the top very quickly now, so there's no particular urgency to doing so. Okay. Let's see. Wasn't I going to track down where I left the boat? Yes. I guess the way to do that is just to follow the coastline, and we'll eventually be in the correct spot. Yeah, because last time I came up here and proceeded past the pickaxe location. I don't know if I just left the boat somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But we'll run around and find out. Wonder if the guy I did the boat rental from is maybe going to be a little judgmental of the fact that we lost his boat. I have no idea where it is. Anyway, that's okay. We're currently on the west side of the island. We know from the compass. Beach ball over here. Where could I even have found an excuse to drop it? Let's... Oh, water location. Let's do that. Open that up. And yeah, some of this I remember. And we'll head back over here. Oh yeah, and of course the umbrella interaction we recently learned about. We can try that to bounce all the way up. Yeah, kind of neat to have that. This I don't recall, this location here. Because you've got this whole structure that I don't think I interacted with at all, and I don't know what this is for. I guess we could probably push some of this down here in the hole. I didn't know that we could push crates anywhere in this game, really. Okay, no, that's a dead end. Oh, no, it just reveals the treasure chest here. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, there's a lot that we still haven't done. We never found that one guy's watch. And okay, we'll grab everything. Just like that. And no, here's another one. Treasure map. Oh yes, that's right. We didn't actually interact with any of the treasure maps. 2 treasure maps. Okay, so let's read the other one first, because I totally forgot about it. Oh no, this is the new one. South of the stone tower, across the river bridge. A lonely seat sits crumbling upon the royal ridge. South of the stone tower, hang on. Well, I mean, we know what direction is south, across the river bridge. I feel like we might have found it, actually, or something similar to it. His vessel was lost in the water, but a beacon found and caught her. Okay, so where you need to follow the shadow of something, and then has to do with the lighthouse. The beacon has to do with the lighthouse. Let's do this. So we follow where the lighthouse is pointing, and it's going to locate a wreck or something like that. And then we follow that shadow, and that's the point that we're looking for. Okay, so here's the stone tower. Let's do this again. South of the stone tower, across the river bridge. Alright, let's go south. across the river bridge. There we go. And then there is some kind of seat. Something about the Royal Ridge. What is the Royal Ridge? Avery is becoming a parkour racing master. And yeah, sure, let's do it. Lighthouse door. I don't even remember where to go. Only use 3 golden feathers during the race. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. If only I could remember what a lighthouse was, really. Oh! I'm totally out of my feather budget already. And it shows me the path. And can I speed past this guy? Yeah, I keep forgetting that the dash button itself also consumes the golden feather. Oh, I'm just a little bit shy of that. Okay, fine. Okay, so I lost a race, but he gives me a walkie-talkie. Rematch. And we'll ask him about the marathon afterwards. So yeah, we'll budget the dash bit by bit. Nope. What? And then should be able to... Oh, shovel location. Not that we're dealing with it right now. Alright, totally lost my sense of direction again. Nope. Slipped onto steps. It's rather, more accurately, collided with him on the steps. Yeah. Gotta go fast, apparently. Faster than we're doing now. Yeah, if I actually remember where I was going, I'd probably be able to take some shortcuts here and there, but... Oh no, come on. This is totally the wrong way. And actually, the goal is marked. So... That's okay, I'll beat him anyway. Despite that disaster. And just getting warmed up, I don't know if we have any other additional objective. Oh, this is the guy who missed the registration deadline. Okay. Spent like 2 hours watching parkour videos when he could have spent 2 hours watching us play a short hike. We're right at about the 2-hour mark, so felt appropriate to point that out. Anyway, didn't do much parkour. We just sort of wandered around a bit until we managed to get ahead of him slightly. Okay, so since we're at the lighthouse, we might as well follow the lighthouse clue. Let's see which way it's pointing. I can't actually tell which way it's pointing. I would have assumed the lighthouse is what's pointing towards the wreck. Let's inspect the clue once again. Well, it's going to be the shadow of something. I guess the lighthouse wasn't really relevant to that after all. Unless we can find a shipwreck somewhere. Oh, there's an arrow sign. What is this all about? Back to Hawk Peak Island? Nope. Shadow the Hedgehog? Yeah, probably. Still not quite with the kind of arsenal that Shadow the Hedgehog expects, though, so... What is this? Oh yeah, hidden chest. Very difficult to see. Anyway, I haven't been here at all, have I? I don't think so, anyway. I would not have been able to climb back at the stage of the game when I would have thought about wandering over here, so... Let's head over to this little hut after we've gone a bit further. Yeah, considering how far out we are from the main island, the camera movement being specific to this island actually works out quite well. Oh, looks like we're one feather short here. Once again, it is based on time, so we'll just need to be a little more direct, or just spend 100 on that last remaining feather. No, that's not more efficient. However, if I do a little bit of a jump on the last feather, maybe I can make it. No. Okay, no, there's another location that I can go to up top here. We'll just cross over here, and then that will solve it. I found a silver feather. That's interesting. Don't know what that is. You can climb faster and fly higher. Yeah, I'll take it. So, we might as well scan around here to see if we can find something relevant to that treasure clue. Doesn't look like it, though. Unless there is something indicating a shipwreck. Yeah, Stone Tower is over there. We can at least try to track that one down. Other than that, I don't think this is revealing anything too useful for me. Real benefit of climbing up here would have been the silver feather. Let's head down to this hut just to see what this is all about. Treasure chest. Other than that, looks like nobody's home, so... Yeah, just going to rob this guy as well. Whoever is the resident there. And let's see if the climbing benefit is really noticeable. It is. Getting here with feathers to spare now. And we can just jump and fly north. See if this reveals anything. Not really. Let's just drop down. Hawk Peak really is wonderful. The hot springs create updrafts. I don't think I actually used that property of the hot springs. That would have been important to remember. Oh, sandcastle. Oh, yeah, the sandcastle. Okay, no. That must have been the miniature shovel I didn't notice earlier, maybe. Who's this guy? We look related. Oh, the gliding tutorial, okay. Yeah, I guess this was on what was originally supposed to be a recommended path. Let's grab the bucket. Oh, this guy wants to talk. Alright, we'll talk. Find me 15 shells. Okay. Do I have any shells? I don't think I actually did. Well, I'm not sure how to go about that, apart from... Oh, there we go, 15 shells. Okay, that's done. That's just currency. So what are we going to get? Well, I haven't heard what this is yet, but let's take it. Shell necklace. Deliver it to Ranger May. Wasn't that my relative over here? Let's, there you go, yeah, that's right. Delivery from Jen. Collecting all those shells must have been a lot of work. I barely noticed it. Golden feather, there we go. So yeah, I guess that was supposed to be one of the early feathers. So there is a bit of a backstory to this where I've got some kind of anxiety apparently over whatever message I'm going to receive once I get reception on my device again at the top of the mountain. Let's go back to that stone tower if we can find it, just to see if we can follow some of the clues here. And if I locate my boat along the way, all the better. Oh, climbing wall. Didn't see this. Must be a climbing tutorial, actually. The Rock Climbers Association has hundreds of members spanning over 35 countries worldwide. Hundreds of members growing and refining the art of rock climbing, pushing the craft to its absolute limit and beyond. Does he really have to do this in all caps? I'm amazed that he's not totally out of breath after climbing and screaming. Yeah, sure, let's join the club. Yeah, I've got golden feathers, and then this is just a climbing tutorial with my 11 feathers. I guess this was the path for people who actually follow instructions. Finding all the tutorials after 2 hours, like I said, by my standards, that's absolutely nothing. I think Breath of the Wild is probably going to stand for a long time as the record in terms of how long it takes me to find tutorials, but that's, you know, very difficult to compare. Yeah, I mean, I basically already found how to get up top, right? I'm able to get there anytime I want. It's just that I'm glad I took the time to do a bit more side content. And we still haven't gotten anywhere close to figuring out the treasure maps either, so we've got lots to do. Lots of stuff that I haven't touched yet here. What did this person do? Oh yeah, it gave me the hat. We can sharpen that hat. And... oh, okay, so you can actually buy as many as you want down here for 40. Okay, never mind, that's all you have. A boy came by earlier and bought most of our remaining stock and is just conducting arbitrage up top near the snowy area, so... So yeah, just reselling up in the upper path. Marathon race at Meteor Lake. I mean, surely... I know I'm late for the registration, but... Jim just bought a metal detector. He was running around yesterday looking for stuff around the island. I don't actually know everybody's names. Stuff buried all over the island. Metals. Coins, probably. Oh, treasure chest. Oh, hey, here's the artist. I was wondering about the artist much, much earlier. When we saw them through the binoculars. Trying to find the right inspiration. I don't know if they'll actually relocate. Seems like the beach is that big yellow smudge there. It's kind of funny because this is a little bit self-referential in that their art style here is the art style of the game at a long distance. Where everything is just kind of faintly traced in an outline. I don't even remember who was receiving the fish if I wanted to sell them. We wanted the stone tower. Alternatively, I want to find my boat. But yeah, there was that clue where you have the stone tower, you cross the bridge, which we did, and then need to look for a ridge, which we did not. Don't remember what that was about. That's okay. We'll just run around the landscape aimlessly and see what we can do with that. Yeah, because, yeah, here it is. So, got a stone tower. South of the stone tower, you cross the river, and then you need a particular ridge. Probably this location here, actually. Oh, I don't know, because you have to cross the bridge first. Unless by south of the stone tower it means over here, because we're walking south. Yeah, there we go. No, Royal Ridge is to the left. So hang on. Let's map this. South of the stone tower, across the river bridge, lonely seats. It's crumbling upon Royal Ridge. Royal Ridge is that way. And this is the river bridge. Unless that's the Royal Ridge. Lonely seats, it's crumbling, huh? Unless this is the bridge we're talking about, like over here maybe? Yeah, you see this? This looks like something that was broken apart. I don't know, let's try to shovel. See if this does anything. Nope. That's not the ridge. Royal Ridge. Well, we got a path over here. This is sort of unclear to me. What is the Royal Ridge? Across the bridge. Oh, this looks promising, maybe? No. Read the signage maybe, and Royal Ridge is to the left over here. Really does seem like it should be something along this location. Let's check over here. Might be something like this. Oh, that's something. Oh no, that's just a whole bunch of locations you can dig up with a shovel, which I did not expect. I didn't think the shovel was supposed to be that flexible, given that, yeah, in a lot of earlier locations you couldn't just do that. Well, let's grab some of this. Is this the ridge? No. Not exactly sure here. Well, south of the river bridge, that's where we are. I mean, it feels like we're in the correct area approximately. It's just I'm a little bit unclear on what the clue itself is telling me, which may be the point. Do we see anything that looks like a crumbling seat? Because I don't. Oh, there's the boat. Okay, we'll keep that boat in mind. Let's not do anything with it yet. And nope, still nothing that resembles a seat. Well, I mean, this looks kind of like it's supposed to be, the Royal Ridge. But what's this? Hawk Peak Trail is a strenuous hike. Yeah, we know how to do it. Oh hey, here's a shovel location. Some more coins, okay. Yeah, if we can find the shadow that's referred to by the other treasure map clue, that seems like it's a more comprehensible if we can actually find the corresponding object. Well, it's going to be south of the stone tower. And the ridge has to be this way somehow. And yeah, south of the river bridge, maybe we just dig around here. I don't know. We're looking for a crumbling seat, though. And I don't see one. Or anything that would resemble one. We can beat this rock for a bit. Nope, you can actually just dig under it, apparently. Check around a water here, perhaps. Yeah, Mang, I don't know if this is something you would have found as well. You don't need to tell me, of course. But I sort of wonder if you have come into this knowing the answer. I don't have anything that will allow me to chop this down. That a pickaxe will do anything. Oh, you did hit 100% on this, okay. Yeah, I did see that there was an achievement list. I did not look at it, of course, in case it gave up very much information. Don't know how valuable it will be to do any kind of 100% in this stream, just given just how spread out some things are and how much difficulty I have navigating. But we'll do the content that looks available and get reasonably close, perhaps. Yeah. I'm just not really seeing visually what I'm supposed to be looking at here, but anyway, here's Headband Racer. Oh, we have the headband back, okay. Interesting. Didn't realize I could do that. Wonder if you can get it back to the turtle. And let's do this. Yeah, I'd assume we can buy more feathers with that, but other than that, I haven't found out what other expenditures there could be. So let's just drop back down. And oh, there's the turtle. Let's see if we can return it. Oh, this might be slightly outdated. Okay, she did return it, yeah. Oh, I get to keep it, okay. Wonder if I get to wear it. I bet I get to wear it. Let's... Oh, also I still haven't figured out what the bait is for. That's quite a lot of stuff we haven't done, in fact. Okay, let's wear the headband. Let's talk to these guys again. Taylor the turtle. And is there some kind of interaction here if I... Okay. Seems not. Doesn't recognize the headband. That's okay, it's mine now. I did take note of where I put the boat, didn't I? Did I talk to this guy? Make sure he's taking breaks. That, not so much. In fact, apart from the pickaxe caves that you can enter, the racer, asking the racer for a rematch is the only thing in the game so far that's given me some kind of instant teleport. That's something that I definitely noticed. Which is nice, because I find that games that are structured like this really benefit from not having too much in the way of warping and fast travel. We've opened up a lot of shortcuts along the way, but they are seamless shortcuts, and that's, I think, much more satisfying. Anyway, we did park the boat somewhere here. And by park, I mean crash. Thought I'd seen it earlier. Yeah, because it was while I was looking for the stone tower clue, there's the boat. Alright, let's just explore a bit. And while we're exploring, we can maybe look for that shadow clue. And yeah, definitely boat time. So we couldn't actually see what the lighthouse was doing as a beacon. Also love how the music picks up here. Did we... Oh yeah, that guy's just one of the first we talked to in the game, so... Let's just listen to the track. This seems new. Yeah, very seamlessly blended. the past hour picking up garbage. And how shall I pick up the garbage? Oh, I see. It's just all the flashing bits here. You got a piece of trash. Da-da-da-da. Whoops. 5. I wonder if it's going to be a nice round number. And what are we missing? Did we get it all? Yeah. Wonder if I could be made a hat. How much? Yep, that's okay. So we'll just build the hat collection. And back to the boat we go. I'm sure I can still afford a few more feathers by the time we get back upstairs. Okay. Might as well sail around, see if we're missing anything else, including over here in the orange zone. And no, not much really. I wonder if I can give the kid a lift in the boat without telling the kid's parents. Come ride the boat, come ride the boat. Yeah, that's right. I bet you can do it. And love how the dad just suddenly lets the kid go. Oh, okay, it's just a tutorial person. Oh, let's not smash up the boat. Was this something over here? Yes, let's get off for a moment. Just a little bit of extra cash. Rev up the boat, go really fast, and maybe the kid will be satisfied. Or not. No acknowledgement of this whatsoever, in fact. That's okay, we'll just head elsewhere. Yeah, got that already. I mean, yeah, we could just crank this and listen to the music for a while and just go around in circles. Until we see the track develop further somehow. Couldn't help but notice the same descending triad that you have in the ocean music in the Wind Waker, actually. A very subtle, distant cousin to that. So, what was that about the boat, or the shipwreck shadow that was being cast? Because the thing is, I don't see things casting shadows substantially enough to really fulfill that particular treasure condition. Well, this is a very nice track despite my boating here. A very poor aim. Oh, we already did a whole circuit around. Okay. Yeah, let's just listen and sail around. See if there's anything else we missed in the outskirts. But seems not. Yeah, this is kind of a nice game to just hang around in. Without necessarily even doing the objectives, but just to run around and play in the environment a little bit with no particular objective. Never mind me, I'm just listening to a little bit more music and just letting it play out a bit, while also orienting myself to find where that teleportation point was. Anyway, we're clearly missing a lot, though. And I just don't know, relative to that lighthouse, where we could be going to do a bit more of the treasure hunt, so... Anyway, let's just head over to the warp point, probably. Okay, no, let's talk to this guy first. Have I talked to this guy? I don't remember. Jim doesn't actually own a shovel. Oh yeah, we talked to this guy. So Deborah was up at the Outlook Point the other day. She said that when she looked through her binoculars, she could see a mysterious island. I think I've been there. Not totally convinced though, but... You came up with a sick boating challenge. Yes, let's try it. Probably just hitting the targets. Set up a bunch of checkpoints in the water. Yeah, as expected. In order. Okay. Okay, we'll follow the flags. Whoops. Couldn't possibly be that difficult. Yeah, the first thing I was thinking, of course, was the Plessy segment in Bowser's Fury, which I did not do well. Hey, there's a treasure chest. Oh, here's a ramp, too. That's... I love this little boat here. That's the first thing of its sort that we've seen. Okay, so we might have busted this in the course of doing his little challenge. That's a nice little subversion of how those things usually go. But we're all out of checkpoints, aren't we? Let's maybe stop the boat and talk to this guy. And also go back to that treasure chest that I just missed. The boat's going, it's just fine. Something not sound right. Anyway, this guy has all kinds of anxiety. It's funny because he was not allowed to go on the boat in the first place, and yet he knew how to set everything up. All over the water. He's going to be all disappointed in you. Yes, he is. Could be the fishing guy, maybe. Let's get off the boat. This is a nice little subplot. Didn't expect that at all. See, all these little things we would have missed if we'd just gone straight to the objective. Have I been up here? Okay, let's dig this up. Da-da-da-dum. Treasure map. Another one that we will not come close to understanding. You would think with all the escape room experience that we have at this point, would be totally fine with the riddles, but upon a stormy clifftop, one should pause to see the view. Peer through an earthy window, gold is hidden in the blue. Probably that area with a cemetery where it was also raining. Maybe. Let's do this again. pause. No. It probably doesn't mean this area here. I mean, it is a stormy clifftop, but here's an earthy window. Gold is hidden in the blue. I mean, probably not that either. Yeah, we've been here already. That's okay, we'll just keep that in mind for later. Let's fix up the boat, eventually. Where did I put the boat? Just going to get an aerial view here with the golden feather gems that we have available. I think I parked it... What was it, down here? Or... Yeah, because I went for the treasure chest. I mean, it wasn't around a ramp because it was after we went over. And then I looked in this location here. Awful visual memory, as you can see. Well, we'll just have to figure it out. Let's go back and... see if we can get some elevation, perhaps, and just fly around a bit, too. Scan for the boat. Unless we just straight up sank the thing. Yeah, here's the boundary. Where did I park that thing? Oh, here's a water location. Let's do that. Yeah, because we came up here out of curiosity. And... where on earth did I go before that? Let the boat with a little child in it drifting away in the middle of the ocean to look for treasure. Well, I mean, yeah, it was on the assumption that, like, the boat couldn't really leave these boundaries anyway. And also, this is a mountain, right? Like, it's not really an ocean, it's just a very vast lake. It's gotta be a freshwater lake. It even has freshwater fish in it. Okay, this looks new. I don't remember this updraft. I mean, okay, maybe this wasn't the most responsible thing to do. But we need to find somebody to fix the boat anyway, and so... let's see, because I honestly don't see where I left it. Where was the boat? Yeah, because I hopped off, looked for treasure. Yeah, probably just drifted somewhere. Anyway, this was new, so... maybe we'll just go back to the boat's origin point. Not that the kid is in any position to face his father. Yeah, he took the boat all the way back. Okay, there we go. It's really not going to explode, right? Can we still use it? I can totally still use it. Look at that. Doesn't sound right, but perfectly fine. Anyway, here's a stormy area. Let's leave the boat for a moment just to explore a bit. Also, totally not getting electrocuted up here. Hadn't noticed previously that you can, in fact, climb to power poles. Oh, there's something. Right. Excellent. My winnings. So, in terms of who actually knows boats, I mean, there's the fishing guy. But just because somebody can fish doesn't necessarily mean they know what they're doing with the boat. The fishing guy is in the lake that's in the middle, though, so... There's a meteor lake. Oh, look, there he is. Yeah, it's not a very large island, but it's dense enough with terrain that it's pretty full of interest. Okay, so it's not going to be that guy. It's going to be something else. We can always just ask the boat's owner to see without revealing anything about the kid and his responsibility in all this. Just ask whether he knows somebody who fixes his boat. Who knows? Yeah, I got that already, I think. Yep. And so where are we? Yep. In here a few times. And we have a bit of a surplus of shells, which I actually didn't expect given all the ones we turned in much earlier. Okay, here's the southern boundary once again. Couldn't quite tell from the camera, so let's go on. And don't recall what this sign was, so yeah, just back to the island. I know geologically this place makes much sense, but we'll deal with it. Okay, here's Sandcastle guy. Look, he's been building more sandcastles with his proper sandcastle side shovel, so... He's running in a hotly contested election for mayor. I feel like this was not a transparently democratic process that was properly monitored by international observers, but okay. Yeah, sorry about the loss. Well, being involved in the local construction industry only gets you so far. Feels like there's a whole tale of crime and corruption and greed just bound up in that mayoral race right there. Okay, we need somebody who fixes boats, right? It's not going to be the park manager. We know you're out of feathers. Okay, let's go back down to... What did this person want? We also haven't used bait yet. Well, good advice not to trust the internet. Seems like a dangerous thing to do. Also, we know from experience that some of these crates are pushable, but most of them aren't. It was just in that one location earlier. The only place where crate pushing was actually relevant. Right, what does this person do again? Yeah, worried about the other kid who's racing against me. Don't remember who this guy is. Basically just talking to everybody to see if we have a boat builder around. Oh, no more rumors, okay. That's okay, we forgot the other ones already anyway. Okay, just going to wander around some more, and what are we looking for here? Oh, that's interesting. You can just zip your way up the waterfalls really quickly, actually. I didn't know that. Here's the location we searched earlier. Still no particular insight here, unfortunately. And yeah, let's just head upstream. Did I actually look at this path earlier? How's the hike treating me? Outlook points, and okay. More shells. Well, since we have this newfound ability here that I wasn't thinking about earlier, well, let's get some water first. Unlock this. Alright, but can we swim up this thing? Yes. And that's as far as we can go, unfortunately. Being here. In here as well. So, was there supposed to be an updraft on the hot springs? No, not much of one, actually. And... oh yeah, it was prior to the climb that we could buy feathers off the other guy, so... we can do that. Have a little bit of money to spend. Just out of curiosity to see how many he has, really. Oh, can't talk to this guy, unfortunately. He's busy climbing. Any more? Okay, that's it. 14 feathers. Along with whatever else we haven't collected. Don't know what the total is going to be. I'm going to hike to Hawk Peak. And... yeah, not everybody makes it. You have a very limited supply of feathers to accommodate the other climbers. I mean, that's one way to make some cash. 400 coins. Can we give him 400 coins? Okay, so, yeah. I mean, so I guess that's maybe more of an endgame condition now that we have nothing else to spend money on. That I can tell so far. There might be more hats. Yeah, but that's the only thing I can think of that would actually require more coin of the realm. So yeah, I guess we didn't really figure out what that boat was about. We know how to get back up. I don't mind taking a big dive here. Given that we haven't solved any of the treasures. Or even come close. Yeah, so there was a stormy area, likely the cemetery, where we had to take a look at something. It would be nice to solve at least one of the treasure maps so we can at least get a sense of what the puzzle structure in this game is going to be, because currently I just don't know. Okay, 15 feathers. Yeah, currently I just don't have a good idea of how the treasure map clues are actually structured in terms of, you know, digging with a shovel at a given location probably, but what gets revealed or what the scale of reward is going to be, or how visible those target locations actually are, anything like that. Yeah, definitely a lot of unknowns here. Seems like a long way to 400 coins, though. If we want to just generously pay that guy's student loan for him. Anyway, I was going to talk to the boat owner, wasn't I? We can eventually head back and do that. Very easy to just get distracted along the way, of course, by all these other objectives that are available. Yeah, one thing I will do, I think, is that if we eventually just hit that endpoint on the summit, it certainly looks like an endpoint, then we'll check the achievement list, at least, afterwards, and just get a sense of what it is I'm actually missing. Because we have the 3 treasure maps. Haven't used any of them so far. But if we manage to find somebody to fix the boat, we'll see what that actually produces in terms of an event. Probably just some reconciliation between parent and child that just gives me a meager reward, like another feather that we don't really strictly need, given how much mobility I have at this point. Yeah, it is a slight issue that I don't remember the relative orientation of things well enough to actually just point in a certain direction and navigate. Such that sometimes I just do need to circle around here until we find a familiar location. Okay, no, this was the Silver Feather Island. No need to do that. Oh, hey, look at this. Long Shadow. Unfortunately, this is the middle of the water, and I don't have any kind of digging tool. I don't know if it is a shadow, but actually it's just water. So, never mind that. Alright, back we go. And what else do we have? Yeah, unfortunately, I just don't remember my orientation relative to the boat dock. Or wherever I left that thing. Well, here's the other boat. It's not casting a shadow either. This guy... Oh, he knows boats. How much is he charging? I bet he's going to charge 100, and we actually need to farm up some coins to do something. Oh no, he's just going to do this on a pro bono basis. Great. Also solves the problem of finding the boat for me, so... Could we make it that kind of boat? Please say yes. No. Oh, okay, so this guy's gonna buy the fish. And this is what we have so far. You know what, let's screenshot this. Just so we know what our catalog is currently. Oh, that's it? Really? I feel like that's not terribly worthwhile. Brook trout is a personal favorite. This guy's really quite cheap. Ah, okay, we've got a journal. Excellent. So that was worthwhile. Let's take a look at a fish journal. Okay, so we are missing a lot of fish and a lobster. I mean, not much to do, but just cast a line and collect more fish. I'm not going to do that right this moment. Might be something we do eventually if we actually do go for a serious 100%, but probably not something I'll do while just doing a quick run of this on stream. That's okay, we have the catalog now. I was definitely hoping for something like that. Oh, you know what? I left my boat behind, didn't I? Unless the boat disappeared after the repair. Let me just go back and take a look. Because I do want to see what happens to the kid once he turns the boat. Yeah, here's the boat. Here's the boat. And I guess you could maybe tell some of the target fish by the silhouettes, but... Okay. This guy wants to go up the ramp. Oh, no. Okay. 0 ramps. Oh. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. A no ramp rule, perhaps. Whenever I hit a rock or something, you'll penalize me by adding 10 seconds. That sounds awful. No, that sounds awful. Why did I agree to that? I do not consent to that. Okay, that's okay. We'll just be extra careful. That was not quite a hit. Don't think we actually incurred the penalty there. Okay, we got plenty of time to sort this out so far. It's going to do the Mario Kart thing of tapping the input around the corners. Here's the ramp location. Oh, I got bumped. And a lot of hazards over here. Okay, great. Made great time. 62 seconds. I wonder if there's a benchmark that I can beat past that. 1 feather. And I wonder if I talk to him again, if tell me that there's some advanced objective. Okay, let's go tell his dad. And thank you for the GG. All that speedrun practice definitely paying off. Paying off in this situation, so let's get out of here and later. Actually, can I actually drop this guy off and then maybe he'll complain endlessly? Can you anchor to boats? Oh, I see. So if we have the boat just in the middle of nowhere, we can revert it to this location. Actually, there's no particular reason why I can't take the kid on the boat. Oh, except now, can we actually put a kid back in the boat? Okay, let's put him back. My dad's got me reading one of his fantasy novels. I think he would rather go boating. So, this reminds me of a particular translator of Russian literature into English who is really into boat building. If you read relatively recent translations of Russian literature into English, like there's a particular couple who has been doing a ton of it. Like they've been working on a lot of new editions of Dostoevsky and such. It's Pivir and Volokonsky, and Richard Pivir is a guy who speaks less Russian of the two. So, like, you know, Larissa Volokonsky is the one who is kind of the more fluent native Russian speaker, and she kind of does the first draft of translation, and her partner, Richard Pivir, kind of tidies that up poetically afterwards. But there are interviews with him where he talks a lot about boats. And that's, when he's not busy translating Russian literature, that's kind of like one of the big passions of his life. And anyway, that little intersection there just kind of reminded me of that out of the blue. This is the kind of content you come here for. Alright, let's beat that record. No, let's not beat that record. Slammed into that thing. He can read riding the boat, not if he gets motion sickness. Let's see if we can do it without penalties. I just want to try it to see if he has any special dialogue. Also, I can make the boat honk, which I didn't realize earlier. I realized when I was quite young that I do in fact get car sick when I try to read on a car or a bus. I don't get that from a train because the train is actually stable, but whoops. No, let's do this again. Totally made a wrong turn. And yeah, I was very sad to discover that when I was young, that I can't actually get any reading done if I'm aboard a coach or something on a long journey. Then that's why I've always preferred trains anyway, so no big deal, no big loss. I missed a checkpoint. How come it didn't flag that? Oh. Oh, I see, because you're supposed to wrap around that way, yeah. I feel like we're actually going to beat that minute time, as long as I don't incur a penalty. That corner every time. Alright, we'll just have to remember to mind that corner. I'm going to beat the record, but I do want to see what I can do without penalties. I absolutely destroyed my last score. He's only going to give me a heck yeah. Okay, that's too bad. Not nearly substantial enough. Netcat, it is a very refreshing special. Yeah, I don't know why it turned that way. I guess it's sort of boat relative controls and... Or is it stick relative controls? I'm not exactly sure. I'm just kind of doing this by instinct, without thinking too hard about the scheme. So yeah, I know which corner it is I'm having trouble with repeatedly, so we'll just try to be a bit more careful there. I doubt this will actually get me anything, but I was curious. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now let's not crash here. There we are. 45 seconds and completely annihilated my last score of 58. That deserves a cool beans. Cool beans. Okay, that was underwhelming. That's okay. Cool beans usually are. Alright, so we've got that done. I still don't have any of the treasure hunting done. I do want to at least try the Stormy Clue, if we want to look at that once more. Let's take a look at the treasure maps once again. Where is this? Yeah, I have to say the organization of this is a little difficult to follow, but probably just implement it as a linked list or something. I'm actually not sure what this was developed in. It was originally an itch.io game, but I don't know what the back end is like in terms of whether this was made using one of the more commercial game-making tools or something else. Upon a stormy cliff top, one should pause to see the view. Peer through an earthy window, gold is hidden in the blue, probably one of the binoculars. Or not. So this is a stormy area. We're past a stormy area. We do need to be in a stormy cliff top though, so let's see if we can find something that appropriately matches that description. Something with an earthy window. Probably something like an archway, actually. That would also match that description. This is not really clifftop, though. This is way further down. Okay, this is still stormy. That's good. Very, very stormy. Nope, not stormy. Stormy clifftop. Feels like there are probably other stormy areas I could be going to, but we'll just examine some of these locations first. Yeah, because I know that there was the cemetery that was much higher up. Yeah, maybe we just need to find another rain location, just not that area. Seems like with some of these treasure clues that you need to know the map very, very well. Oh, freeze. Okay, never mind. Let's just drop somewhere. What is this? Did I come here previously? Can't actually tell. Yeah, because this is where it gets you into the deep freeze. Okay, that's fine. Might as well catch some fish. I don't know if the fish are location specific, like whether you get different fish up here in the springs than you do down below in the base of the mountain. White bass. It has something in its mouth. Ah, okay, no, this is the permit. Yes, let's return to permit. I thought we'd find one of those eventually. Now, the thing is, if the guy way down below lost a permit, how did it end up in this secluded spring up here? That must have been a mighty jumping fish. Okay, we've got to return a permit, obviously. And also dunk some water over here, which will require me once again to find a water source that's higher up. That's going to be too low. And that's going to be on the eastern side. Let's keep that in mind. That will be going east once I dip into a bucket somewhere. There we go. I don't know if this is high enough. Somehow doubt it will be. Let's go down regardless. And yeah, no, that's fine. And excellent. Nice easy traversal. Okay, well, we do need to head down though to find a camping permit guy. So, oh, did I talk to this one? That guy's been stuck for a while. Okay, now he talks to me. Probably should have brought some safety gear or something. Like, this guy up top is totally in position to drop his companion a rope or something. You've got this. Otherwise, this would be terribly unsafe. what Hawk Peak Island could really use is a dedicated injury lawyer. Of course, I'm not taking any fall damage or anything, so everything is just fine. Yeah, lighthouse over there. We've looked at this before. Bridge over there. I don't think this reveals anything of interest. But, oh yeah, this is mostly there to reveal the island. That's what it's for. Okay, let's hunt down the camping permits person. I think it was close to the lake, maybe. Yeah, tucked away in this location, I want to say. This person who's having a nervous breakdown because of their illegality. Yeah, I have no idea how that permit made it all the way up. I think maybe it's just in some kind of random fish that past this conversation, you just need to catch a certain number of fish to reveal it. I don't really know what the bait is for. Let's take a look. Attract more fish. Yeah, if we want to fill out the compendium eventually, then maybe so. Okay, that got done. Excellent. What is the artist still doing here? Or did the artist move locations? Yeah, that's right. Right, because they said they were going for the lighthouse anyway, so... I think we need to track the artist to multiple locations. That's probably what to do. Follow one of the rivers up to its source. Yeah, we know how to do that. West side of the mountain. Okay, we've been there actually. We've gone all the way up to that source previously and stopped there, so let's just find a river on the west side. And Hawk Peak Trail, yeah, west side of the mountain. Let's do it. Probably just going to circle around. Currently it looks like I'm on the east side of the mountain. Take this out. Nope. Oh hey, here we are. More coinage. And, okay, that's nice. Up to 17. Really feels like there can only be so many. Maybe up to 20 or so, but... not sure what I'm missing at this point, so... we'll just continue scanning around. Okay, up we go. And, what was I even doing? Ah, yes, finding the artist's next location. This looks like it's supposed to be it, and there we are. Beat me up here, in fact, with those parkour skills. Got to show people that you're achieving something worthwhile. Academically, well... there's a graveyard in the shadow of the mountain. And, yeah, we know how to do that. And head over there, so we'll ask about the graveyard first. So where your artistic ambitions are buried. Okay. In the shadow of the mountain, I don't actually remember which side the shadow would be on. I guess it depends on the time of day. It would be 3:49. Oh, here's a shadow. Somewhere in the afternoon. We've had the thing all day. We also haven't recovered Guy's watch. So we just had a vague memory of him saying that it was something like 3 in the afternoon. But I do remember the cemetery from much earlier. Also, this is probably not that earthy window clue. It's not stormy up here. How's headband person doing? Still preparing for the race. I don't think we opened that up. Let's... Oh, because this is stuck, and let's open this. Oh no, that's already open. Okay, couldn't quite tell from the artwork. That is definitely the case. And yeah, I guess we'll just go around the mountain until we figure out where the cemetery went. Shadows are being cast towards the north, as far as I can tell. Oops. Rotate the camera, find this thing here. That looks unopened for some reason. Yeah, so that's the entrance to the warp point, back up to the top. Okay. So, are we close to the cemetery? I seem to recall that it was along one of these pathways. Maybe not this one. Who put all those treasure chests there? I mean, whoever designed this place. Probably just the Park Conservation Agency. You know, whichever department runs the provincial parks. As a bit of an incentive for people to come here and explore and clean up after their own mess. And leave nothing behind but footprints and open treasure chests. I mean, infrastructurally, this is fairly well developed for a campground. Everything is powered. One thing you don't have is mobile reception, but of course that's sort of the point of having this retreat into the wilderness to begin with. Hey, here's the cemetery. Let's see if we can find the artist. Also, oh yeah, this has got to be the clue for the treasure. Abandoned building to the west of here. Can we do it later? I've got to do this treasure thing. Oh, Golden Feathers. He's probably talking about the stone tower, but let's see here. Something about an earthy window, and hang on. Let's pull that out again. Here's through an earthy window. Gold is hidden in the blue, and so probably something to do with the water. Might be some kind of highlight location. Peer through an earthy window. And then there's going to be something in the water. I don't have a way to dig into the water, though, unless it's with the buckets. I feel like we're doing this bit correctly. And that maybe it's just that patch of water that is through the archway. Let's do that first. Well, let's look for the artist first. Because I thought the artist was supposed to be here. Looks like there were more gravestones elsewhere, though, like right here. Okay. Yeah, maybe you can just use the bucket to troll around. Okay, let's talk to this guy again. Painting in the rain, that's interesting. Gets results, I guess. Very different kinds of results. The exhibition is next week. I mean, artwork that's been rained on is certainly going to give you a bit of a different texture as everything just runs all over the canvas. Ian Artsworth. Famous contemporary artist Ian Artsworth personally invited you to participate, and he's going to show up with boring landscapes. This fails to resonate with me. We're screenshotting this. Oh, whoops. No, sorry. That's not a screenshot button. Let's... Hang on here. Here we go. Karate chopped him in half. And better look at Outlook Point. I'm trying to remember what Outlook Point is. Outlook Point was where there was some signage pointing there, I think. This is where we got the view much earlier in the game. Alright, let's get over here. We'll just make sure we follow that up later, but first thing we'll do is head over to the arch that this is pointing towards, and then we'll come back here and race this guy. Okay. No, hang on. Just trying to fly here. You've karate chopped some of your artworks before. Yeah, I mean... That's how you practice. That's how you practice both art and karate chops. How come I was totally off target for that archway? I thought I saw that through the binoculars and I just totally missed for some reason. Let's just go back and redo this. It's a little bit difficult to see where I'm going sometimes, but... Let's go back. Whoops. Just to get some more landmarks here and understand exactly where it is we're heading. So yeah, okay, so we overshot there. That was the ramp location. And then it's going to be over here. And we'll go back, race that guy, think about Outlook Point and the artist. Okay, gold is hidden in the blue, apparently. So do we take the shovel or do we take the buckets? Can't really do anything else with the bucket here, unfortunately. Well, or we could just shovel under the archway and see if anything is going on. Nope. Doesn't seem so. Gold is hidden in the blue. Don't know what that is. Because we clearly can't dig in the water. Unless we fish, actually. Let's fish. Oh, totally going to miss. No fish silhouettes around here, but I just want to see if the clue is going to lead us to anything. Okay, so the treasure hunt has really turned up nothing. I could always go back to see if I'm missing something about that clue that we got. I feel like that was the correct location to be chasing down that particular treasure, but... I mean, it just matches up so well, right? You come up to this location, Stormy Clifftop. You've got the window over here. And you've got something, gold hidden in the blue. Might just be in that location between the two rocks, maybe. No, I don't know. Seems a little vague to me. I don't think there's any other natural candidate here, though. Archway over there, technically. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you see that? That might be it. Given that that's the location where we found the treasure map to begin with, I want to say. Or close to it. Does that technically count as blue? Yeah, because I was wondering about that window when we first picked up that clue. So we go back there. Oh, whoops. And we'll check that peculiar dandelion or whatever it is that's just sticking out as a little bit of gold here. Oh no, that's just a treasure chest. We found this then, okay. If that's the clue to begin with. I don't actually know because it's... No, it can't be because I thought this was where we found the map. Right? So that's not it. Unless we just dig around here anyway. Okay. So that looked very promising, but was not the solution. Oh, there we go. Got it. Well, that was it. I wonder if there's anything in the interface that will acknowledge that. Not really. Well, we found it, so. Okay, and he says, or she says, rather, you've already found this one. Okay, so we actually solved a treasure for the first time. That's very nice. So, okay, good, because now that allows me to sort of calibrate the sense of fairness or precision that's involved in any of those treasure clues. And now we need to race this guy who's standing by. Rematch to the abandoned building, yes. Now where am I going? Well, we do have a waypoint. And we'll just glide all the way over, I guess. Nope. Yeah, I guess we'll eventually head over to the stone tower, or is this the abandoned building? No, let's follow the flag. Ah, right, because we need to head up top here. Right, to the yellow post. Okay. I didn't understand that, so... Let's rematch. Okay, I just needed to understand climbing that. And yeah, we could parkour or we could just fly. Feels like I'd rather fly. Oh, look, there's another shovel location. All of those shovel spots have really only given me bits of coinage here and there, though, so not really going to be that useful. Oh, wow. You can really get stuck there. Oops, got stuck here. Okay, narrowly beat him. And can we do a different race? Well, maybe he'll offer me a totally different one eventually, so. GG on that, and we will go over to the Overlook, actually. Let's follow the signs for this. If we can follow some trails for once and do everything on our way up. Was this the Overlook? That's not the Overlook. We'll find the painter ahead of us when we do find the Overlook that I'm thinking of. Already been up here. Well above the clouds at this point. Hawk Peak Trail, Good Creek Path, and Meteor Lake. Yeah, it's not going to be up here. It's going to be some point that is not quite reachable for people who don't have the power of flight. No, I remember encountering the Overlook very early on, because that's one of the first locations where the camera rotation really kicked in. But I do not remember where it is, so... I do remember there was some kind of trail sign for it, though, so... Overlook, yep, there we go. I don't know if that's the part that counts as the Outlook Ridge or Outlook Point, or whatever it was, but we'll try it. And it might be one of these higher points over here. If not, we'll check the trail to the right. Over here? Nope. Might have been the lower path. Wherever the painter is, anyway. Nope, not here. So then, what is the Overlook? Well, let's see. Clearly something along this trail. So we'll just keep that in mind and see if we run into anything relevant. I'm not going to be here. That just looks out over the lake. Might be further up here, though. Not quite clear on this. But we'll just follow the trail and see. Yeah, it just loops around, so can't be that. And of course, the Overlook might just not be the same thing as the Outlook Point or whatever it was that we saw earlier. Might be something high up in the snow zone, actually. Given that we know it's something with a view that is not quite the summit. Because it was the point for people who gave up a little bit early. Alright, let's head up then. See if that reveals anything. And where'd that bear go? Not exactly sure. But let's just take the spring over here and maybe look around a bit. Well, it would be nice to complete some of these little storylines, like the bit with the artist. But I'm not exactly sure what location I should be aiming for. I mean, we could always go back to the cemetery and ask. Just to see if there's anything that might be revealed. This location I hadn't been to previously. That's interesting. Little campfire there. Wonder if the campfire is also able to warm me up. I don't think so. Yeah, it does. Okay. So campfires do work as a reset point. Let's not spam that too much. Yeah, we're probably nowhere close to any kind of 100% completion, given that we're missing the treasures, we're missing some of the character quests here and there, but I may be winding down the stream relatively soon, and so if I do, what I'll do is I'll, of course, try to complete the actual summit arrival, and then we'll see what that looks like. And we'll see how it goes from there. It would be nice to get as much as we can on video, of course, but not necessarily counting on seeing too much more. Let's try to get a sense of where that overlook was that being talked about earlier. Yeah, maybe we should just go back down to take a look at once again and see if there was a location that we can reveal as the overlook that was the artist's next destination. Okay. Probably not anything like this. But let's pop this. Yeah, given that 100% would actually require a fair bit of fishing, among other things. Would be one of those things that would be good to do on a casual basis. It would be nice to see what that artist is all about, though. If only we could find that particular point we're looking for. Yeah, up we go. I mean, this is a high point. It's probably not the point we're looking for. Also, now that we've revealed the one treasure, do we have any further insight about the Stone Tower clue? Stone Tower. Across the river, you got a ridge with something that is no longer a seat. Do we know what that looks like? I still don't, I think. And man, did you actually get over 100 beach stick ball? That's incredible. I'm glad this has been a source of inspiration. Well, really good practice if you ever make another run at Super Mario Odyssey. I'm actually not clear on whether you played Odyssey, I just assumed you have. Somebody who's a platforming connoisseur. Okay. I have no idea what the overlook point is, so let's just head back up. Yeah, warp point I think was just on the east side. Just trying to explore all these high points again to see. Yeah, so I don't know if you ever reached the beach volleyball segment of Odyssey, but it'll be very recognizable once you do, if you haven't actually done that minigame yet. But yeah, if you manage to get 100 and beach stickball over here, you'll have absolutely no trouble. But yeah, I know I've just been sort of exploring a lot aimlessly back and forth, but this has been a pretty nice experience regardless. It's a good game for that kind of thing. Worth keeping in mind, if I ever do wind up doing one of the things that I've wanted since the inception of this stream, which is to stream Breath of the Wild Master Mode. It'll likely be a pretty similar experience. Even though, of course, that's a game that I have played already and geographically should remember quite well. A lot of games like this are very much about that initial process of discovery and of mentally mapping out the landscape for the first time and just figuring out where everything is and what the overall flow is going to be. I do wonder how many of the feathers I'm missing, but I would assume it's a nice round number like 20. We can do the climb, or we could warp up. Let's do the climb. We know that fire refreshes me. Totally forgot about that, or didn't check that the first time we were here. Does this guy tell me anything new? Nope. We can check some of the alternate paths. And see if they reveal anything interesting whatsoever. Yeah, just going to hit one water point at a time. And we know we have the means to get up there. Probably shouldn't have just expended all of those feathers, but... yeah, let's warm up again. Instead of fluttering all the way up. Might even just use some of those shortcuts I built. Of course, that would require me to remember where everything was located. Which isn't necessarily the case as we get up here. Anyway, up we go. You know, this flag here makes me think that this is also going to be a race destination eventually, given that that's what the yellow ribbons around the post have signified. Well, technically we did this about 2 hours ago, but that's okay. I'm glad we didn't stop there, given that I missed most of what this game had to offer at that point in time, including that wonderful bit with the ramp. Anyway, just going to enjoy the moment. Yeah, let's just watch this. And yes, we have reception. And are you going to answer your device? I guess I probably have to... Oh no, I don't actually have control over this. I can't just manually go into inventory yet. We'll just click through dialogue and... Clara receives a call from Mother. And we'll see what you've been worried about all this time. Yeah, leaving the nest in a very literal sense. Yeah, I see what's going on. That this has all been all along about just sort of coping with losing one's mother, I think. Yeah, I thought so. Wasn't sure exactly what form the revelation at the end would take, but I assumed it was something like that. Anyway, let's just watch the sequence and not talk too much about it. I think we should take in the moment properly. Oh, something is happening. Is it reversible? I want to know. Oh, wow. Okay, so these are the updrafts. Yes, the updrafts that we heard about earlier, which I was very disappointed to find was not actually present. Alright. Let's fly. And we just get dunked. Okay, that's fine. But that means that we are not quite at the starting point, but I think I have to say hello to Aunt May at the cottage, as we were just instructed to do, so well, let's talk to this guy first. Reading some fiction, it's really into fantasy novels, as we heard about from his son, or whatever was going on earlier. This was the first book in a series. I bet I've heard of it. It's about an ancient fantasy world where sorcerers battle for glory by enchanting stones and rocks into powerful stone beasts that fight each other in epic arenas filled with perilous traps and fearsome monsters. I feel like I've heard of this. And although the fight sequences seem like the focus at first, it's really the characters that drive the story, and all the battles are sort of metaphorically tied to each wizard's internal conflicts as they struggle to survive in a ruthless and uncaring world. It's pretty good. The Boulders, Book 1, The Bedrock Battalion. Let's ask about the book. Fast reader. You kind of have to be to read things on that scale often. Alright, let's head over. You know what would really be unfortunate is if you were blown by the updraft all the way down here and you did not unlock the shortcut. That would get you all the way up to the top of the mountain. Not that I used the shortcut in the end. But that's just one consideration. Most people do a long glide down the mountain. You know, I think I just let go of the stick. That's why. I just didn't really think about doing that. I mean, we can go back up and do the long glide. I wasn't really intentionally going fast. I just thought at that point that, oh, maybe we're in a cutscene, and so I'll just let go and let the game just do the work for me. But you know what? We'll do it. We'll do it. I'm sure the updraft is still there. That was a fun ride. Let's do it again. It's not like you have a dying mother who is waiting. Okay, let's refresh this somehow. I mean, we've done so many long glides down a mountain that I don't know if that really would have revealed much scenery that we haven't already seen, but I see the updrafts don't apply to these pools down here. Okay, up we go. Alright, same idea. And yeah, I just let go to stick that time, that's why. And yeah, I guess we'll just circle down the mountain and listen to the music again. Enjoy the Aurora Borealis while it's still available. Also, just keep a lookout for anything else that we may have missed. If I can actually make it down the mountain without being distracted by too many shiny things, then that will be an accomplishment in its own right. Good excuse to listen to this outbound music track, though. And take a view of how far we've come. Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me to do this experience properly, actually. Kind of wonder what people did in playtesting in terms of whether it was very common to just directly drop down, or... I mean, I guess the whole game has been showing you how gliding from high locations is just sort of inherently satisfying. And you would think that people, once they reach the top, would be tempted to do that just to see where they can go, but... Anyway, long glide it is. And anti-clockwise, from the top view, anyway. And yeah, like I was saying about the yellow ribbons earlier, I completely expect that maybe there was some kind of future race setup. Oh, okay, our glide has been broken. Fine, so much for that. Now this is all just familiar territory. Whoops, okay. Let me talk to Aunt May at the very start, or what was supposed to be the start. Yeah, a quick dive like that, don't try that at home. Might not get the results you want. Anyway, I believe we're getting close to the starting point. And here we are. Let's talk. It wasn't exactly a short hike. learn how to fish. So I wonder, yeah, I guess this would probably change dynamically if you actually make it through this game without learning how to fish. And without doing any of this. I wonder if you do some kind of low percent completion, so to speak, what the dialogue is like. Where you just learn nothing at all and you just go up the mountain with a minimum number of feathers. I think I became a beach stickball world champion today. So yeah, there's certain accomplishments that we have not done, which are not reflected in the dialogue. It's like volleyball, but with a stick. That's point. Yeah, we got that. Missed 2 treasure chests. We also have no other achievements to report, apparently. Can we talk some more? Everything was okay. Yeah, so not dying after all, just somebody who needed surgery and gave us a lot of cause for worry. Oh, hey, here's a watering point here. Whoops. And, okay, let's pour this on. I mean, I guess we could just continue exploring. Well, at this point, you know what? Let's find some place with maybe some music to listen to. Oops, camera's going to jerk around a bit. Yeah, I really wish we could continue a little further and maybe clean up some of this other stuff, but it is one of those games where I think where completion, if you're going to do it, is going to take a lot of just wandering and poking around for an indefinite amount of time, especially as we try to solve the other 2 riddles that we had so far, and I don't know if we're close to anything else, but now's a good time, I think, to check the achievement list, perhaps, and see how we're doing. So we reached the top of the... Oh, yeah, we didn't take the nap, because we just talked about it. Let's maybe take the nap first. So, yeah, we haven't actually reached the end by taking the nap, but let's read more of the achievements. 10 golden feathers. We don't have every feather. I assume it's just 20 or something. Okay, not only do you need to catch every species of fish, but you need to trade all of them in order to have them properly logged. There are more parkour races, and we know that because of the final flag. Got a hat. Missing something. And that's it. That's... We have the missing achievements. Feathers... Yeah, lots that we still have to do, but... You know, it's kind of funny that we do all this, and we get near the end, and of course, as usual, the one thing I am incapable of doing is just finding a moment to sleep. Hey, what's this rock up here doing? Why is it giving me a prompt? So... what should do? Oh yeah, no, we already conversed from here. Did that a while ago. Okay, so now we can kind of slump over and take a rest. We're reluctant to let go when we have unfinished business, but nap time, the end. Oh, okay. I guess so. Anyway, let's experience the proper satisfaction of watching the end credits. Made with Unity. Okay, yeah. That would make sense. And some localization credits. Thanks for playing. So yeah, I guess if we dip back in, we would just be able to get back into the file. And yeah, let's actually dip back in just to see what postgame is like. Not going to play it very much, but yeah, it just pops you right back in. Okay, right at this point here, that's the save point. So you can just hit the end credits and say the end anytime you like. But rather than do that, we'll stick to our original plan. Let's find some place to just kind of have a bit of a rest stop. Maybe top of the lighthouse. Not actually the best view. We've had better views. Let's explore some more. Find someplace really nice to just kind of drop off for the time being. Wow, all the time thinking about that stone tower riddle and having no idea what to do with it. But yeah. If inspiration strikes, we'll perhaps look at that again at some point. Oh hey, there's another golden feather from this guy's Sandcastle extravaganza. That's new. Whoa. And the guy's not even the mayor. This is a Sand province. Running for premier in the provincial elections. He's promoting policies that he thinks will resonate with key districts, and this guy's playing the long game. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Okay. I mean, the free candy promise here is just specifically calculated to secure my vote. But yeah, it gets me up to 18 feathers. Glad we checked that area. Yeah, we never found this guy's watch. That's unfortunate. Unfortunately, I don't even remember what the clue was telling me. I think we actually just have no idea where the watch would have gone. But let's try to find just some kind of nice location here. And talk to everybody in the meantime. All the way to the summit. Oh, you know what? This is a good way to close out, actually. Let's do the race. Let's do the race. Okay. I mean, probably not an optimal path, but whatever takes me up, right? Okay. Nope, bad idea. Actually, I have no idea whether I'm on pace. Oh, look. We met right here. We will definitely need to refresh from time to time. Should be easy from here. Yeah, probably should have taken advantage of some of the other things we know about this path, but let's... I think I might have gone behind pace a little bit, yeah. Oh no, I'm way ahead of it, actually. Way, way ahead. Is this even going to be recognized? Summit? Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just wait for the slowpoke to get over here and eventually catch up to me. Well, we'll say GG once we actually have our victory acknowledged. I mean, kind of helps that we've done this a few times already. Oof. I got a medal. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see what the medal is all about. Can I just wear it? Inspect. Certified. Better than Avery. Well, we knew that already. Just a gold coin glued a ribbon. Like the Koopa race from Mario 64. Yeah, pretty much. Shall we extract a coin? Or leave it be? Extract a coin? Oh, okay. You have to do this elsewhere. And let's take it. Money is money. Okay, so much for metal. That's greed for you. Doesn't quite get me up to the 400 coins for that feather reseller student loan, though. But that's okay. Gets me closer. Anyway, this is probably a decent way to leave off, but let's see if we can... Yeah, let's just play the outro music here. Actually, let's refresh this. Mostly full count of feathers for no reason. And we'll just hang out here by the Aurora Borealis, and I think that's pretty much what we're going to call it. Speedrun clock. Oh, speedrun clock. I guess that's a post-game thing. Oh, we actually get a little bit of a clock at the end. That's interesting. But I guess the speedrun clock ends with the completion of the main objective, which is kind of nice that you actually do have it built into the game to eliminate any ambiguity over how it's counted. But yeah, we've definitely been going on for a little longer than that time, and I think that's just because it stopped when we hit the end in this file. So, with that said, thank you so much for joining me for a short hike. Speedruns of this, I'm sure, are very nice. Definitely keeping those feathers on a budget, picking and choosing them quite carefully, and also doing that very quick dive off the summit at the very end that we showed off in style and totally on purpose much earlier. That's pretty much all there is for me today. I don't know if we'll be returning to this for an additional stream. Maybe someday if we're just filling time, or if we want to do a bit of a 100% sweep, or just want to hang around somewhere comfortable. But I feel like we got a... well, not a complete experience, but a fairly comprehensive look at what this game is all about, and also did a fair bit in a reasonable amount of time, given just how much time I spent wandering around and not actually accomplishing anything, but just taking in the environment and trying to recognize places I've already been. So, I will probably be looking around for some channel to drop all of you off to. Next week, we will be finishing out the sequence of indie games that we've been playing with Genesis Noir, which will be quite an adventure, I'm sure. So, hoping to see you folks back for that. But in the meantime, it will be viewer levels in Mario Maker this weekend. So, same deal as always, announcements on the Discord. And we'll bid you farewell for now. And that's it. Thanks for watching. Stick around if you want to be passed on. And have a good morning, a good rest, a good short hike, wherever it is you're going next. And fare thee well.